Oh, why do I have that overlay on? Good evening, everybody, and welcome to a delayed episode of Ken's Counseling Couch. This is episode 24. We are at 24. Yeah, I know. I've been trying to create YouTube shorts, templates and stuff so I can do things in the background. That's one of the things I've been working on. But you're welcome for the AOL flashbacks. I miss my AOL CDs. I had 700 hours, man. 700 hours. A free dial-up. You can't touch that nowadays. Broadband, fiber, nothing beats 700 hours of dial-up. Nothing. Say, welcome to, like I said, episode 24 today. Let's see. Say, today we're going to be discussing a couple different things. So for those who have been out of the loop, today Michael Long's trial/hearing/ several things happened. There were several things that were wrapped up into a single day's worth of hearings, and the outcomes of that hearing resulted in effectively, my current understanding of it is, from my sources, is that at this time, Michael did have his parental rights terminated for Sophie and the siblings, and there allegedly, I have yet to verify this, it's not updated online yet. If it has been posted, one second. Sorry, just trying to respond to 1 second. I don't care if you guys restream my show, go for it. I'm happy to. If you guys want to get your own enjoyment out of it, go for it. Feel free to. But today we're here to discuss a brand new document that no one has released yet. No one has released this. I got this from a sole source. Close. Surprisingly to me. Surprising. I was actually shocked from this source. A source close to Kelly, who, when provided to me originally, they had provided evidence to show them being close to them. and said that they didn't feel as though the way things were going was right and some other stuff like that. Of course, not giving anything else out more than that, but they felt as though this was kind of an issue and they wanted it to be shared. And so that was the source that gave me this document. So let's dive into it, shall we? Why keep ourselves from the entertainment for too long, right? So let me get this document pulled up here. Make sure my red screen's turned off. I thought it was turned off. Maybe it wasn't. Sorry for that. I have a red screen filter that dims the screen at night to help with keeping the harsh light off, like the blue light off of your eyes. It actually works really well. It's just normally have it on. So let's pull this up here. Okay, where is my PDF document? Put this on screen over here. And share screen. Okay. So let's add this to the screen. So today's document is Report of the Guardian ad litem. So this is the report of the Guardian ad litem, which, for those who are not familiar, is Stephanie Martin. Again, you can see this relates to the case as then things are all initialed. So there's no issue with anyone's private information getting out. There are, to my understanding, no names listed in this at all. So there should be no issues with privacy or things like that. Again, document was sent to me by an anonymous source. Not sure who the person is. They just provided me the information that was like, oh, this is my relationship, sort of. This is how I know them, and this is how I can prove it. And then I'm concerned, and I wanted you to have this. I didn't get a chance to do this stream before today's hearing. Not that it would have mattered, and I thought about it later, and I figured it was probably a better idea to wait until afterwards anyway. So, So we'll jump right into this. So this is the, like I said, the report of the Guardian ad litem. So we will start with, let's see here. So again, in the case number 417-53803-2020. So that's the case number there. And then give me one more sec. I'm just trying to get all my windows organized. There's just a lot of things to try and get stretched out across these couple screens here. There we go. Right, welcome back, everybody. I know it's been a while since I streamed, so we'll start with this here. We'll just jump straight into it, and let's go right into this here. So, to the honorable judge of this court comes now Stephanie Martin, Guardian ad litem, and files this report of the Guardian ad litem related to the custody of children SL, JL, and LL. For the duration of reading of the report, I will refer to them by initials, just as a heads up. All right, so let's continue on to section 1. The children SL, JL, and LL are all minor children with ages of 10, 8, and 7 respectively. They have a maternal half-brother, MB, whose father is Jacob Bellington. They have a paternal half-brother. Let's see here. Okay, that should work a little better now. So they have a paternal half-brother, PL, whose mother is Courtney Chalmers Long. One of the primary issues related to this suit is whether SL was sexually abused by her mother's then live-in boyfriend, Jacob Bellington, and if so, whether and to what extent her mother, Kelly Long, knew of and participated in any such abuse. This issue then expanded as to whether any alienation occurred and by whom. Additional concerns raised are any family violence which may have occurred related to Kelly Long and Jacob Bellington. So it's kind of a brief summary, kind of introduction of what the purpose of the report is. And so having been a guardian ad litem in my state, because there's states do it differently. Texas, there's 2 types of guardian ad litems. You have a guardian ad litem that's a volunteer, and then you have, so they're like volunteer and they're in certain cases only. And you can also have dual role guardian ad litems that will work in the role of an attorney ad litem and in the guardian ad litem. They're supposed to be in certain cases only, which I will discuss in detail later, because part of the problem with this report and with things that have happened is the fact that Texas law was not followed regarding the appointment of the guardian ad litem in a dual role. So, but again, having written reports like this, you sum up in the beginning, kind of, think of like a 5-paragraph essay, but it's 20 pages, right? Here's what I'm going to tell you about. Here's the things I'm going to tell you point by point as I go through, and then I'm going to summarize with my recommendations for the kids and what my thoughts are, what I feel is, as the speaking for the best interest of the child or children, what will be best for them. So that's usually how that will sum up in a JL report. So, okay. Amicus attorney Rachel Lee was appointed by sitting judge Cynthia Wallace. This case gained notoriety on social media and continues to be discussed on platforms such as Facebook and YouTube. People across the internet made death threats to Judge Wallace and Kelly Long. Amicus attorney Rachel Lee withdrew from the case, as well at least one CPS worker. Private information was released to the public, including the names, phone numbers, and addresses of parties and personnel involved in the case. Judge Wallace recused herself from the case, and visiting Judge Michael Snipes was appointed. Judge Snipes gave temporary custody of all children to Michael Long pending trial. Judge Snipes then appointed John Helms as the new amicus attorney, and he appointed guardian ad litem to be the guardian ad litem and to further, quote, represent the children subject to the suit on September 21st, 2020. See order appointing guardian ad litem to represent the children attached to this report. On December 17th, 2020, all parties agreed to change the temporary custody of JL and LL from Michael to Kelly. On May 20th, 2021, at a hearing related to the temporary custody of SL, testimony was proffered as well as other evidence. SL was subpoenaed to appear. Michael Long did not bring her to court. The court ordered Michael Long to comply with the court orders as well as to ensure that SL appeared for an assessment by Dr. Alexandria Doyle scheduled in June. Michael Long did not bring SL to the assessment. On July 7, 2021, at a hearing, let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Where did I leave off at? Sorry, I was trying to read a message. Okay, at a hearing relating to the temporary custody of SL, testimony was proffered. Okay, the doctor, on July 7th, 2021, at a hearing regarding temporary custody of SL was subpoenaed to appear. Michael Long was ordered to bring her to the hearing as well. Michael did not comply with that order. Judge Snipes ordered that SL be placed in the care of the children's maternal aunt, Danielle Hamlin. So, first, before anyone starts, because I'm already seeing people tripping about this, because I know I'm going to get people bitching about it. I'm giving my mods authority to do the modding, because I know for sure whenever I pop into other people's chats, whether under my name or under another account, I don't get to speak. So how dare you come to my stream asking for the same right when you don't allow it to others, when asking simple questions? Just saying. So that's my thoughts on that. Two, we're just not, I'm not doing it. If you guys want to be dicks, be dicks. If you want to be here and be productive, be productive. But if you're going to try and be dicks, you'll probably get timed out or banned. Oh well. Well, if someone's banning people for jokes, Nerd Tremble, let me know. I don't know what joke you're talking about. So, but I'm here to do this stream. We're going to go through this document. We're going to talk about the implications on the implications this document would have had on the trial today, and the issue with that being, because the issue with the way this document being prepared and the issue with the law not being followed is really crucial, and that's a problem. Again, regardless whether you like one or the other party, I don't care. You do you. But dear God, the man deserves his due process rights. And he is apparently not getting them from what is potentially happening here. And this report does have issues with it. I have yet to decide whether I'm going to start pointing these things out as I go along, or if I'm going to read through and then go back through and point them out. I don't know. What do you guys think? One, in the chat to read through and point them out at the same time, or two, to read through and then go back and point them out. I love you too, Adams. I would baby shark right now, but I have no idea where I've saved it. Yes, I figured you would do that, Big Town. Okay, so lots of ones. I see a 42, which I think broke everyone. Say. All right. So let me make sure I haven't missed anything. So there's a controversy surrounding the idea of, and I believe it has something to do with Texas law. Nick explained it better than I can, relating to the subpoenaing of minors. At least the first subpoena was not really enforceable because the judge didn't put it on Michael to bring her. She was subpoenaed, and she's a kid. So, I mean, if the kid was subpoenaed and doesn't have transportation, it's not like, it's a little bit, I mean, you can call here or there, but it doesn't mean it was necessarily intentionally flouted. So, and then let's see here where I leave off at. And then, okay, so July 7th, subpoenaed to appear again. And then the second time wasn't complied with. And then the judge ordered that SL be placed in the care of the children's maternal aunt, Daniel Hamlin. Nick pointed out on his stream that the issue with this is the aunt lives in a different state than Texas. And the aunt had not, at that time, appeared before the court to subject herself to the jurisdiction. The only appearance she has done before the court was her direct and cross-examination during the one hearing in, when was that? I think it was June. It was May or June when she was there for direct cross. So yes, she swore, she was under oath, but she didn't appear before the court and subject herself to the jurisdiction of Texas for future issues, which meant that technically she could leave with the kid and doesn't have to come back. I mean, that's an issue for any parent, right? I would be concerned about that, and I'm sure there's a reason to bring that up. I mean, that's just as well concerning for Kelly, too, because what if the aunt decides to abscond with the child and just never come back? Well, she can't legally enforce it because the judge gave her custody and didn't, well, just go use your custody and just go away, have fun, right? Let's see. So let's continue on. Judge Snipes issued a writ of attachment for law enforcement to deliver SL to Daniel Hamlin, or in the alternative, Kim Mitten, the maternal grandmother. When law enforcement reached the location SL was said to be, she was gone. SL had not been seen by guardian ad litem to date, despite attempts to reach Michael Long. Guardian ad litem has extensive training and experience working with children who have been physically or sexually abused, as well as working with CPS and other law enforcement agencies. Guardian ad litem has a great detail of knowledge related to medical care as it relates to sexual abuse. Guardian ad litem has attended all court hearings and proceedings, as well as the deposition of Kelly and the deposition of Michael and mediation in this case, which this is for the guardian part, that's a good thing. You really want to go to all the case hearings you can. You don't want to really miss things unless you have to. And if you have to miss it, like, for example, in the Guardian ad litem program I was in, the supervisor that was actually the paid person, there was like a small group of paid people who were supervisors who would step in and cover for you if you weren't able to make it, because again, you're a volunteer, so you're doing it in your free time. Obviously, this is a little bit different because it's a paid position. This woman's being paid to do this at this point. Let's see. I don't like, and because I don't know if it's mentioned initially in the order appointing, it's allegedly listed below. So we'll check that order when it comes up. Hopefully it's also I think shit, what was I? If it's in the order appointing that her background and experience, that's great. But to this being just kind of vague is kind of like, oh, I mean, anyone can say they've got experience and shit, right? That's like, that's been mentioned to me a few times, right? Which I also got another person bitching at me today about violating HIPAA again for someone who's not my client. I love people who understand the law so well. It's great. All right. Guardian ad litem has reviewed all relevant documents, including timelines, narratives, affidavits, medical records, CPS reports, CPS records, police reports, and other documents provided by the parties. Good. Guardian ad litem has spoken to all the children related on this case on multiple occasions. Guardian ad litem has spoken to all parties as well as Courtney Chalmers-Long, Jacob Bellington. Oh, that's a weird way to... Should be an and right there. God, that's going to bother me. How'd I miss that the first time through? 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. So you can do it as like a volunteer thing in a lot of states for cases that go in dependency or cases that are in these kind of hotly contested custody cases. The guardian ad litem is supposed to represent the interests of the children while mom and dad are fighting it out, while the state and one or both parents are fighting out to keep custody. So that's the goal of that. So it was, for me, I did it as a volunteer thing. I loved it. It was great. It was stressful though. I mean, you don't want to fuck that one up though, because you're literally the person who's making a determination on, because the judge weighs heavily on the report you put together, because the judge sees how many people a day, you're spending hours of your time doing, coming to all the hearings, going and seeing the kids, going and seeing the family members, going and interviewing teachers and guidance counselors. And because you get, as a guardian ad litem, you get a legal document that basically says, I get access to pretty much everything. I get to see the kid when I want to see the kid. You can't stop me. I get access to their medical records. I get access to their school records. Give me, and they have to give them to you. It's a very powerful tool, but it's done so you can learn as much as you can about the kid, as much as you can about the situation, so you can provide the most informed, assessment of the situation and give the right recommendations for the child's best interest. So, excuse me. All right. Guardian ad litem spoke to professionals involved in this case, including CPS. Let me scroll. CPS workers, the detective assigned to the complaint regarding sexual abuse, therapists for the children and parents, Dr. Mary Geldernick, a doctor who saw SL for a medical condition SL complained about for several months. Guardian ad litem has also spoken to Dr. Blake Mitchell and Dr. Alexandra Doyle, who were appointed to the psychological evaluations of Kelly Long and Michael Long, and to do the assessment of SL for the issues related to SL, respectively. So it seems like she has contacted, to some degree, or all in most cases, the major ongoing parties in this case. Doctors, other people, schools, tried to see the kids. So let's see here. All right. Guardian ad litem has had multiple visits with all three. So section 3. I'm just going to say gal or GAL from here on out, so I don't have to say it as much. So the gal had multiple visits with all three children at the home of Jeannie and John Long, the paternal grandparents. Michael Long and his then wife, Courtney, and their minor child, PL, were living in a small trailer located on the property as well. There are multiple acres of land surrounding the house and the trailer. The street the land sits on is in a rural area of Seguin, Texas. Yeah, Seguin, I think that's how you pronounce it. The trailer was one bedroom and had a very small pull-out bed in the main area of the trailer. This pull-out bed is where JL and LL slept. PL slept in the bed with Michael and Courtney Long. So co-sleeping, I think at his age, yeah, it's probably pretty common for some families if you decide to do co-sleeping with your children. So let's see. SL slept in the 2-bedroom house in her own room. So she was staying in a different place on the property. The children did not attend school until an online school was implemented in December of 2020. They were not enrolled in any extracurricular activities until the gal requested it, and it was agreed to in the temporary orders on December 17th, 2020. All 3 children appeared to be unkempt and in need of baths at visits to Sequin. I don't know. I'm horrible at pronouncing shit certain times. I have a couple issues with some of the things in this here. So let me point some things out real quick. So this is also in the middle of COVID, right? So the children did not attend school until an online school was implemented in December 2020. So if COVID was going on, schools didn't start back up until, I don't know, August, September, depending on where you go to, where your district is and state and stuff. Schools here start earlier than some places later. So if, say, starting in August or September, you're talking 3 months. If school hasn't set up something for an online school for the kids to properly go, and there's still concerns about the kids going in person, or the school's preventing kids from going in person at this point, because again, end of 2020, I don't remember how bad exactly COVID was at the time, but I would not be surprised to see a lot of parents keeping their kids out of school or anything like that. So I can understand how this could have happened, assuming that's the way it went down. And it wasn't just, well, we're not going to send the kids to school. Assuming that it was an issue of trying to find the right place for the kids to go to school, I would feel would be different than them just not going to school differently. This here, I don't understand why this is an issue. I never did extracurricular activities, and there was never a problem. But I also wasn't someone who was into sports. I wasn't into doing something like karate. Like, it was my thing. Like, I had my stuff I did, but it wasn't anything like specific. Like, it wasn't like part of a program or part of the school, or like, it just wasn't a thing. It doesn't have to be, oh, is it good? Is it helpful for development? Sure. Great. But does it make you an unfit parent? No, I don't think so. All 3 children appeared to be unkempt and in need of baths at visits. So when the gal visited, she's stating that the children appeared to be unkempt. And so what does that mean? Because, I mean, we're talking younger kids here, right? Somewhere between the ages of 10 and what, like 3? Between the 4 kids. So there's the 3 that are directly descendant of Kelly, and then there's the one that Michael has with Courtney, and then there's the one Kelly has with Jacob. So, I mean, but just for the 3 or 4 on property there, you know, they're younger kids. They're going to get dirty. They're going to get messy. Did you just show up at that time of day? Were they playing around in the mud? Were they wrestling around? Like, I mean, I've seen people who are great parents who their kids, they get dirty, they get messy, they get muddy. It's called being a kid. Again, I would want to know, because this just unkempt is vague. Like, for me, if I'm writing this report, I would be like, you know, all 3 children appear, if it was me writing it, I would be like, you know, all 3 children appeared to be unkempt and they needed baths during visits, on multiple visits. This child was wearing clothes that were in complete disrepair, that had holes in them, this and that. the child, they appear to not have had baths in days or weeks or months. Like there was a thick layer of dirt on this. Like, give me some more information to work off of, because this to me isn't saying, oh, you're a horrible person, right? This isn't saying to me, oh, you failed at being a parent. So that's my thought on that. I know people will probably disagree with me on that. So let's continue. So we're now going to the apartment Kelly Long rents. It's located in Frisco, Texas. It is a 3-bedroom, second-floor apartment. It is clean and well-maintained. The child, MB, who is still in her crib, sleeps in a room which also has furniture and items belonging to SL and has been designated to be SL's room. So seems like the SL shares a bedroom with the child between Kelly and Jacob, is my understanding from this sentence. So JL and LL share a room and each have twin-size beds. Not uncommon at that age, especially for how young they are anyway. Gals observed JL and LL at the apartment, and they appear to be well-groomed and clean. They indicated that their mother, Kelly Long, provides food for them, and sometimes their maternal grandmother, Kim Mitten, will provide for them if she is visiting. Okay. What does it... You don't really mention... There's no, like... I don't see, like, any thing that's mentioned in the section regarding the father's part. So this is saying, that the mom's giving them food, being taken care of. Yes, Ivan, I very well know there's a difference. I've read this report more than once, the whole way through, and I've taken notes on it. I've taken notes on multiple sections of this report about my issues with it. So, well-groomed can also be, maybe they just got out of the shower. Depending on, because think about it, you're a volunteer, or you're a paid attorney in this case. You're having to fit these visits in between all the other crap you're doing. So maybe you don't get to go until 8 o'clock at night. So the kids will look well-groomed because they just got out of the bath at 7, 8 o'clock at night. Or they're getting ready for bed. Or they just, you're pulling up in the morning. They're getting ready for school. So, of course, it's right before school. They don't look, So, that's my thoughts on that, is I'm getting... I'm noticing out the gate is there's a way that the things are being characterized, and we're on page 4 of 20. So we're 20% of the way in, and I'm already noticing an issue with the way things are being described and characterized. Not that we're pointing out mom's doing A and dad's doing B. It's that we're describing mom doing A in a different way than we're describing dad doing B in a different way. And it's not being done fair. Potentially, depending on how you look at it. I don't think, from my experience, I was a volunteer guardian ad litem for several years. I loved it. It was fun. It was really cool. Stressful, but still. It's an issue that I wouldn't put it in my report this way. Let me just say it this way. Because I would not want anyone to be able to come back and say, I was not giving them a fair shake. I want my report to stand up on its own in the event that I couldn't show up, that I couldn't be there and there was a time or two that happened, I couldn't be there, something happened, the report will speak for itself and there's 0 questions left. I want that judge to have everything they need, because when you write big reports, things that are around like, well, is it time for a parent to go from supervised visitation to unsupervised, or to overnights, or to weekends? Like, you want it, you want it to speak for itself. Because if I can't be there, I don't want the judge making a bad decision because I gave them a shit report, because the judge leans heavily on the guardian ad litem report. When I did my guardian ad litem training initially, you meet with the judge as part of the training. Like, you go in the courtroom, there was a dependency judge, and he basically says, and the rest of the the guardian ad litems and the people who are in the support staff and the supervisors, they trust the opinion of the guardian because the guardian sees the kid a hell of a lot more than the judge ever will. And so they're going to take their word for it. Now, having done the guardian ad litem thing while I was in the military, then getting out and then doing the things I do now, I have a different view on volunteer guardian ad litems. I don't know if I like it as much as I used to, as far as an idea, because you're talking about someone who gets 40 hours of training and is now making life-altering decisions for children. Is that ever enough? Is 40 hours of training enough to make those kind of decisions? I don't know. Should it be? I don't know. Probably not. Should you have someone with maybe a bachelor's or master's making those decisions? I would feel more comfortable with it. Let's see here. All right, so let's move on to section 4. Regarding JL and LL. So these are the two boys. Say, I will say if I'm pausing or if I'm going off on a tangent, I'm trying to keep them relevant. So Advo Lady, if you're talking about the paternal grandparents, it was mentioned up above that Sophie had a bedroom in the paternal grandparents' house. That was her room. That was mentioned. So I will give fair assessment to that. That was done, and that was mentioned up above. So let's see. Guardian ad litem was able to establish rapport with JL and LL rather quickly. Both boys are high-spirited and active. JL and LL indicated that they wanted to move back in with their mother, Kelly, and wanted things to go back to the way they were. They missed their school and their friends. That's what I would expect from any kid who's having to move around, regardless of custody. Let's see. JL and LL said that Michael did not get up to spend time, and when he did, it would be late in the afternoon. The boys all indicated that Courtney or their grandmother, Jeannie, would provide food for them. Okay, so this is kind of out of different sections, and I would want to, because the section above was a general summary of the households and the care provided. So this is in a different section, so you're not getting the balance to look the same as one way of. So let's see here what I leave off. So yeah, if I was writing my report, I would want it to be A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B the whole way through. So it's easy to look and say, if I'm the judge, if I was literally to pull each section out and put it side by side, I can go, they mentioned A, B, C, D here, and they mentioned A, B, C, D here, and why that's a problem for mom or why it's a problem for dad. So yeah, let's see. All right, food for them. When asked about time with their mother, they did not relay any negative feelings or statements that caused concern to the guardian ad litem. Both boys indicated they do not believe SL or anything that bad to happen to her. This does not, and so I'm probably going to get heated a few times tonight because this is not the first time today I've seen something that does nothing but ignores the actual issue at hand, right? The issue, because was I the other people? I'm sure other people here who've dealt with sexual abuse or anything as a child or any kind of abuse. I'm sure you had people not believe you or not think anything bad was happening to you, or, oh, it's not that bad, or, oh, you'll be fine. Oh, dad's just having a spell. Oh, mom just being this. Mom's just... Well, for you, the person going through it, it's horrible. It's hell. So if you're the person going through it, the other people may not understand it. So this doesn't necessarily discount any kind of abuse to me. Yes, it's helpful in a way to say, okay, the boys have not seen anything, or they don't think anything has happened to her, right? I think that's a fair way to look at it, right? By having it done that way, you can rule out whether or not, if you're making that assessment, you can rule out and say, okay, the boys don't have any information that would point to that. Or they're stating they haven't seen any, which is helpful because then you can start to focus on things that matter. So let's continue on. So not long after it became clear that the boys there should be a comment there. It became clear that the boys wanted to leave Michael's custody. Michael and Courtney relayed concerns about behavior of the boys that they believed to be inappropriate, related to punching or hitting each other in the genital area. So Callie or Kaylee, hi Callie or Kaylee, I'm sure you're listening, if you guys are still doing your little restream, hi. You released that audio of that, which you even said you didn't release the full audio, which why wouldn't you release the full audio? Just saying, if there's a whole tape, you only release a section of it. That can color it, kind of give you a bad taste in the back of your mouth, like, well, why won't you release the whole thing? That's why I've always tried to show every damn thing. So I listened to the tape that Callie released, and in my understanding, from what I have from that and from my understanding of the way things went down, I wouldn't say it was malicious in a sense. It did sound a little bit like kids playing, right? Sort of roughly kids that age, mostly engaged in that kind of sexual exploration or sexual play or talk or things that are age appropriate, age specific, like age appropriate language, behaviors, those kind of things, right? So, I mean, I could see, so here's where I'll take that. So before people twist me on that. So I can see why that may have been taken and escalated by a parent, right? You have a situation going on where, and so let me just clarify something real quick with everyone too, because people come into my show, and if you're new here, hi, thank you for watching. I appreciate your viewership. You don't have to like me. All I ask is you to try and be nice when you engage, or at least engage in good faith is my biggest request. I take everyone at their word unless I have evidence to show otherwise. I have evidence to show otherwise, not you, not some random person telling me otherwise. If you're going to tell me, well, that's not true because this, and this happened, send me the goddamn receipt. Show me, prove your point, right? The way I tell my clients and shit in therapy would be, I will take you at your word because I can't work off the assumption that you're lying to me, right? That's not really good for the therapeutic relationship. So I tell them, I pretty much take everything you tell me as truth unless I have really damn good reason to believe otherwise. And I hope that allows you to feel comfortable with telling me things and being honest about things. Because in a lot of cases, they're afraid to open up about certain things. So when I see things like this, or when I hear shit like that, I try to take people at their word. I try to take Kelly. I try to take Michael. Trying to take the gal at their word and trying to assume they're being, they're acting in good faith. Do I have problems with the report? Yes. But I'm not going to assume they're acting in bad faith because it's not fair to them. So let me assume guardians acting in good faith, mom's acting in good faith, dad's acting in good faith, people who are engaged are acting in good faith. It's not a bad thing, in my opinion, at least. And it's usually worked out really well for me. I've never seen an issue with it working out to end up being harmful. So when I see a parent make a complaint, they're worried about the potential that, their one child, their daughter, may have been sexually abused. And then this situation comes up with, this engagement between their children amongst their boys. There's talk about the genitals and other stuff about it. And, what about it? And if you're already worried about one child, I could easily see why you would be worried about your other children. I could easily see why you might maybe jump the gun on it. Not necessarily acting in bad faith, but be concerned that, oh, this is really fucking bothering me as a parent, right? Oh my God, I feel really, really concerned about this. Like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do with this? How do I deal with this? What am I supposed to do? I'm scared. And it sounds like proper procedure was followed to deal with it as we continue on. So let me, So let's see here. So they relayed the comments the boys alleged to have said previously, and that conduct had been ongoing for years. The boys' counselor was informed. Gal was called in a referral to CPS regarding the matter. CPS closed the case, and Dr. Beckloff, the counselor, did not seem concerned that the behavior was caused by any nefarious means. And, just based off of hearing it and from my understanding of the situation, I would probably come to the same conclusion, unless there's something else that sticks out. Say, hey, Catnip Dave. So, just to make sure I don't miss it, because chat's been moving kind of fast. That's good to hear. I know that we've been talking. I'm glad to see that you're feeling a bit better and you're doing a bit better. I saw you have DMs. I'm waiting. I need to respond to you. I've been juggling a little bit today. It's been a fucking hectic day. So, all right. Neither boy outcried to any abuse related to the issue, and both boys indicated that PL was in fact exhibiting the behavior. So let's see. Headbanks, yeah, I'll try and do that. So let me try and read like a section or two, and then I'll do that. Or at least read a paragraph or two. That maybe make it a little bit easier. Ken is not the best at multitasking, if you haven't figured this out yet. But I'm doing my best. But if you'll ask, I'll try to do my best to accommodate. So I've got no problem trying to do that for you. So hopefully that'll help. So Ella was identified as a potential candidate for reading assistance when he finished kindergarten in the spring of 2020. Guardian spoke at length with Michael regarding the issue whether LL was behind and if he needed additional support regarding his academics. Michael indicated that he was homeschooling the children until a suitable school could be agreed upon. Okay, so there you go. This is the answer that someone mentioned earlier. Someone mentioned about homeschooling being legal in the state. So the children weren't in school, they were in homeschool, right? So that's the situation that's been going on. And I've got a point that I'll bring up to this in a moment. Michael stated that he was working with LL to get him into a better academic situation. The children were enrolled in an online school in which a parent or facilitator needed to be present with the children while they were working to assist them. Courtney Long indicated that she was the one who assisted the children with their online schoolwork, and on occasion, Jeannie Long assisted. When the boys went back to Frisco ISD in January 2021, LL was identified as being severely behind. Guardians spoke with both boys' teachers. LL's teacher stated that it was as if LL hadn't been in school at all the prior semester, in spite of Michael's assertions that he was working with LL. So when they go back in person in January 2021, right? So we go back January 2021. So fall of 2020, we're either homeschooling or in an online school situation. Through the homeschooling, I noticed this when COVID hit off, is that a lot of kids absolutely struggled with online school. Some were great with it. They were like, oh, it's because some schools set it up differently. I can't tell you how many of my clients, because I worked with a lot of kids at my old job, I had a lot of parents that, that they would struggle with dealing with the online school crap. The kids didn't want to do the work, or they couldn't get them to stay focused. They couldn't get them to sit in front of the computer for hours on end a day. I was like, yeah, I can do that. I can feel their pain. That's why I don't like doing like teletherapy with kids, younger kids, because I don't expect them to sit there and stare at me for an hour and talk to me over a computer. It's much easier, and you get better engagement and interaction, and you build a better therapeutic relationship in person with children. With adults too, it's the same. I mean, but if you have a limited access to being able to travel or healthcare safety thing like COVID, and you have to do it online, you do it online. But it does have downsides, and a lot of kids struggle. There are a lot of kids who probably today are still struggling to catch back up from all the crap with COVID. And then some schools have, some schools have gone up and down in whether or not they're going back in person or they're not. So, or they've pulled kids back out and then put them back in, or it's partially online, partially in session or in seat. So good luck trying to get a kid, because when you have like small kindergarten classes or smaller like elementary school classes, you get more time, you get to focus. It's easier to detect when there's something off, when the kid's not learning, when the kid's struggling. You can easily go over and address it. When you're trying to deal with online as a teacher, even though you have a parent there, the teachers, they know the material, they know the child behavior stuff, they know the child educational stuff, because early childhood education for like teaching in elementary school is different than in a lot of states than teaching middle or high school. You normally require a different level of certification to do that, because there's other things you need to know to teach younger kids, how they learn, their functional levels, cognitively, all those things. So the fact that he was behind, I wouldn't directly attribute being a failure of being at the household with Courtney and Michael. Could it be? Yes, absolutely could be. But it doesn't mean it's automatically. And again, that's where I would clarify with the parent, and you can get the answer from both parents, right? Spoke to fathers. Father stated that while they have been working with the child in online schooling, child still struggles to focus or still struggles to comprehend material learned in the online school environment. Mother sort of agrees when speaking to her about it, or mom says she's not aware of the issue. Mom hasn't been communicated the issue. And then that gives you a way to say, hey, well, here's why. Or because if it's dad saying one thing, but mom not knowing, okay, that's a problem. Or if it's dad saying one thing, mom kind of knows, well, that makes it, okay, they're kind of talking about it, maybe not the best. Or if mom and dad are kind of on the same page and they're just trying to deal with it until you can go back in person, then that's it. Obviously, you're doing your best to manage. People learn differently. So, and Ivan the Great says, my kids were straight A students, but during remote school, they were complete Fs across the board pretty much, and not for a lack on my part. I agree with you. Thank you for your compliment, Agent. I really appreciate Agent Riot Act. Thank you. This is my style. If you don't like it, feel free to close your browser window. So some specific instances are of note. On December 11th, 2020, guardian ad litem traveled to Seguin, Texas to visit the children and facilitated the exchange of the boys from Michael to Kelly. On the way down to Seguin, guardian received a call from Michael's then attorney stating that they were going to request the boys stay with Michael because of contact with Jacob Bellington. So this is on December 11th. The attorney provided recordings of LL where he told Michael that SL, JL, and LL were all going to live on property owned by Jacob and that they rode small motorbikes and other things. Michael believed this contact was in violation of the temporary order prohibiting contact between the children and Jacob Bellington. The recordings did not indicate when they were recorded or when the contact actually occurred. Guardian ad litem arrived at the house in Seguin and spoke to both boys. This is a little bit disingenuous to me, right? The recordings do not indicate when they were recorded, when the contact actually occurred. If it's the original recording from the source, you can look at the created or modified timestamp. You can look at the metadata. A lot of things when you record them, assuming you don't rename them, I rename everything to help organize it better. But most of the time, your metadata will point and say, oh, it was on this date or on that date or on that date. So to say that you don't know when they were recorded or whether the contact actually occurred, I mean, this here I also find disingenuous in its own way, right? And again, I'm not assuming bad faith. Maybe it's assuming, because I've been in very controversial cases, and assuming that there's a time, it's very easy to start leaning one way or the other. Notice the people who follow this case. It's very easy to lean one way or the other. People still say, I'm this huge Michael supporter. You never once come out and said, I'm this huge Michael supporter. I've said that vocally. May I agree with some of his things? Sure. I can also agree with some of the things Kelly's done. I have purposely not come out and said what I'm supporting here or who I support. The only person I support is SL. Because no kid should go through this kind of shit. And no kid should go through the process that happened today. Because some really fucked up things went down. We're going to get into in a little bit. Wait till we talk about what happened in the hearing today. So, in this case, whenever the kids make a statement about something happening, we assume that the contact didn't occur. But in other cases, when the kids say something happened, we automatically take it for actual fact. Because that's happened multiple times in this situation by this person writing the report. They've made the assumption in certain cases that the kids saying things, absolutely true. We got to trust them at their word. There's no way they're lying about it. Or in this case, it's about this one thing, and let's just pretend and slip it under the rug, and we're not going to really focus on that. So there you go. So this is one of the things I take issue with, because you can check the timestamps. Yes, there are ways to do it, but most people don't know how to freaking modify them. And there's kind of ways to check if they've been modified too. It's not terribly difficult in a way to do, but it's also whatever. So let's see. The guardian arrived at the house and spoke to both boys. It should be noted that when guardian got out of the car to see everyone, Jeannie, Courtney, and okay, this is one of the things that really pissed me off, because this does nothing but color the opinion of the reader. It does nothing but color the opinion of the reader for no purpose, right? It should be noted that when guardian got out of the car to see everyone, Jeannie, Courtney, and Michael all had handguns attached to their waist. This was not something that had been done previously. When guardian ad litem asked why everyone had guns, Michael indicated that it was because of wild animals. Okay? So, are you trying to... Because this here can either be interpreted in one of several ways. Is it assuming an underhanded threat? Like, oh, they were threatening me, but they weren't. Well, they have guns. Well, is it legal to open carry in the state of Texas? Which I'm pretty sure it is. I don't remember if it's a constitutional carry state at the moment with the open carry or not. But if it's not illegal, then why is it in here? It wasn't like you were threatened. You may not feel comfortable with them having it, but it's their right to wear them. Now, if they're leaving the kids with open access to the guns and they're not secured, or they're like not, or if like the older kids are using guns, but using them unsupervised versus supervised in the right setting, then you're talking, and it's a way bigger issue. But just the fact that the adults on property had it, they do live on a big property in a rural part of Texas. I would see no reason why it's an issue for them to do that. I know plenty of people who carry. It's not an issue. Sometimes they go places where, if you live on a farm or you live on a big open place like that, or you live where there's a lot of trees or woods and stuff, wild animals are a thing. Snakes or boars, wild hogs is a thing. And they can fuck you up really quickly. So yes, people will carry guns with them in a lot of places. It's very common. Okay, so you said that was in June of this year, or was that last year's Stegas? Or Stegas? I always pronounce your name wrong. So even so, as long as they had permits to carry, if they needed permits to open carry, or if they were allowed to open carry without permits, or whatever the rule is in Texas, as long as they were following the rules, then it's not an issue. If they were violating the rules or violating the law, that's an issue. Just like the ownership of a firearm in my state cannot be used against you if you're adopting, because there was an issue with people using it against people who were trying to adopt. So if you owned a gun, they would put that down on your thing and it would mark you negatively for an adoption. That's not fair when it's a protected right. No different than your other rights. So, and I think you're right about that one on needing a permit probably before, but if you're on your own property, probably not. I don't believe you do if you're on your own property. I think it's the same way in my state as well. So, again, this to me seems to do nothing but say, well, they had guns. They were going to do things with those guns. Just because I was showing up. Maybe. Okay, so Karen from Red Banyan HR, hi. You don't need a permit at all. Okay, so thank you for answering that, Karen. I appreciate it. So let's continue. JL and LL did indicate that they saw Jacob Bellington, but it was a drop-off from visitation of their younger brother, MB. Neither boy stated that he rode any motorcycle, four-wheeler, or go-kart at that exchange. All parties participated in a phone conference regarding the issue. Guardian was still at the house in Seguin. Guardian relayed to the court that understanding of the situation. After the call, where the court declined to enforce Michael's request to keep the boys, SL began to stay right next to Guardian, behaving out of character from other times Guardian had visited. It became clear months later when Guardian Ilitem was provided with a text screenshot from Michael telling SL not to trust Guardian and to make sure that SL did not leave the boys alone with Guardian Ilitem, that she was in fact doing exactly what Michael told her to do. The boys were anxious and appeared to be in distress. In the car ride from Seguin to Frisco, they were adamant in their desire to switch custody from Michael to Kelly. They also indicated that they wanted to see Jacob Bellington, stating they missed him. Okay. Things I would point out here. This here I can see being an issue, clearly. And yes, I can point out things I don't agree with, too. I don't think this is necessarily, I don't think it's it can look bad if you're telling your kid to not trust the guardian. Now, again, also have to step in to the mindset of the person you're talking about. So if you're the dad in the situation the dad's in, he's been dealt some really shitty hands by the court in the fact that the court has not followed the law in several ways. One of them has to do literally with this guardian ad litem, which we'll talk about later. But, there's that. There's issues with the way the court has handled things. Something I looked up earlier, that maybe the way that today's trial went down also violated the rights of the dad. None of this is okay. None of it's okay. You should not be violating someone's rights just because we don't fucking like them. Period. It's not okay. Just not okay. So no, it probably isn't a good thing for Michael to be telling his kid to not trust this person. It looks bad. It can look really bad. But what's the backup justification? Does he have in his mind, not saying I'm going along with it, I'm just saying in his mind, what is the justification he is using to state that, right? So why would I tell my kid to not trust this person whose whole goal is to look out for their best interest? Well, if I've got this and this and this would make me do that. I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that if you're going through that situation and you're having things playing out the way they have been, that you might do that. Again, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't agree with it. And I wouldn't tell anyone to do it. But I can see how in someone's head they would choose to do that. So real quick, I want to address the comment that was made because this is a really dumb take in my opinion. Someone said, why are y'all defending a man who refuses to follow the law? It's not the court, it's Michael. It's his fault they got violated. He refused to show for court. I've got some really fucking spicy news to talk to you about that. I'm going to save it for the end of this report because I'll fucking segue. Let's just say that Michael attempted to appear in front of court today, and he was not allowed to. He was not given the ability to. And it was also very underhanded. Right? So if that's the case, then he was trying to show for court, and so his right should still be violated. Also, we have people who rape, murder, kill, torture. They still get their due process rights up until the point of conviction. Up through sentencing, up until, there's a whole process. You don't just get to pull someone's rights away because they don't follow the law after they already didn't follow the law. That's not how it works. You still, if you have laws in the books, the laws need to be followed, X, Y, Z. You don't just get to fucking pull steps out because you don't like them. Sorry. You may not like Michael. That's okay. You don't have to like him. Sure, he's done shit that a lot of people disagree with. A lot of people don't fucking like he did. I get it. I can understand that. I'm sure it's really fucking frustrating. I'm sure it's really concerning for a lot of people to see this go down. But that doesn't mean he doesn't deserve his own rights to due process, to a fair trial, to a fair court proceeding. That's the issue. So, let's continue on. Give me 1 second. All right. It says here the boys were anxious and appeared to be in distress, and that they were adamant in their desire to switch custody. Why though? What were they saying? What were they indicating? What was their concerns? Again, things I would put in my report. Things I would really want to hear. I would want to hear if I'm the person who's reading this report. The person who's reading this report is going to be the judge and the parties. So in these cases, in a contested case like this, the parties are supposed to get the report so many days ahead of time. things like that. The judge is usually the primary person to look at this report. They use it to help influence their decision and what happens. So I would, if it's me, this would probably be a lot longer than 20 pages. I hate to be the person that writes a shitload, but I'm sorry. If in this case, with all this detail, all this background, give the best information you can. Andrea Vickers, he was told to appear, and we're going to get more into that there was an attempted appearance. And I have evidence, and I have proof of it. And I've seen it, and it's from a verified source. So there's that too. So it's going to be fun. Let's see here. So I would, like I'm saying it here, if the kids are anxious and distressed, why are they distressed about not staying with their dad? Why do they suddenly want to go to their mom? What's so concerning about this visit that the kids seem to be, holy shit, out of nowhere, gone up? Really crazy level of stress, level of anxiety. What's the thing supporting that? What's the things backing that up? That's where I'm, where I would be looking at. I would be wanting that detail in there. So let's see. And that they stated they wanted to see Jacob and then they missed him. That's fine. I mean, if they're close with him, I don't know how close they were prior or whatever. I mean, if they're close with him, they're close with him. I have no problem with that. So, all right. So we're on to this one. So about the week of, page 7, about the week of February 15th to the 21st, 2021, a devastating snowstorm hit North Texas. Kelly and her 3 boys, JL, LL, and MB, were in her apartment. Guardians spoke to Kelly multiple times during the storm in the aftermath of it. They lost electricity and water. Temperatures dropped into the lows, 60 degrees in the apartment. Kelly and Guardian discussed whether Kelly could go to Jacob Ellington's apartment because he had electricity and water. Guardian told Kelly that she would be violating the court order prohibiting contact if she took JL or LL to Jacob Ellington's apartment. So the Guardian did inform the mom of this in February. This was February, the week of it's snowing in Texas and just fucking up all of the infrastructure. That was that week. So yes, I tend to segue off a lot of cliffs in this in my streams, Valkyrie. So if you haven't noticed yet, it's pretty frequent. I try not to do it, especially on matters of importance and important shit like this. So. One second, just trying to respond to someone in a message. Okay. Almost done. And let's continue. So that weekend, Michael was supposed to come get the boys for visitation. Michael did not come, stating it was too dangerous. So I think from what my understanding is the roads were pretty bad and it was not safe to come and get them and to put them on the roads. I can understand why you would not come pick the kids up. I think if mom and dad agreed to that, or if whatever, what's the word I'm looking for? If I'm the parent too, because I've driven on snow and ice and I've had people drive on snow and ice who are definitely not people who should be driving on snow and ice, especially when it's in Texas after a fucking out of nowhere snowstorm. I don't necessarily know if I want my partner or my former partner or my kids or the other parent of my child to be driving, hoping that they'll be safe in a freak snowstorm to get back to their place, which I think is a decent drive away, right? I think it's a decent drive from both parents' houses, if I remember correctly. So I don't know if I trust them driving. I wouldn't be like, well, I'd rather just hold on to the kids instead of letting you drive with them across snow and ice and crazy people who were driving unsafe the whole fucking way. No, not worth it. I'll just hold on to them. We'll deal with whatever. So yes. So again, he was supposed to go. The Guardian Land learned that Kelly did in fact take the boys to see Jacob Bellington after the worst of the storm had passed, violating the court order. So the Guardian ad litem here states that Mom did violate the court order. And I know from a video, or not a video, a recording I heard on, I think it was Crime Stalker's channel. So I don't remember, Ivan, how far it is from those two places. But I know it's at least a few hours drive. I think it's at least 2 hours or more. So 2 hours normally, not on snow and ice, 2 hours normally. So yeah, I don't remember if it's wherever Frisco, Texas is where one parent lives. The other one lives in Seguin. So there's your two distances. All right. So this is what comes to be interesting to me. So, and I know this has been a big talking point from multiple people about how to deal with the situation, right? So while at Jacob Bellington's, there was an accident involving a four-wheeler. It was a four-wheeler or a go-kart. I keep seeing two different things. I don't know which one it is because I've heard both and I can't, there's like no pictures. So I've heard four-wheeler and I've heard go-kart. So if someone has the deets on that, please clarify it for me. I'd be happy to clarify. So all right. So there's an accident involving four-wheeler. Both Jacob Bellington and LL suffered broken hands. LL was in the four-wheeler with Jacob, and they hit a rock, causing the four-wheeler to flip. LL had to have surgery in which temporary pins were placed in his hand to facilitate proper healing. LL was in a cast for 6 weeks with no lasting complications. Surgery was not required to remove the pins based on Guardian's observations. JL and LL are thriving and doing well in their mother's care. So what to me is interesting here, and it's a point that's been brought up by people supportive of Michael, right? So this is a Danny B asked how many pages. It's about 20 pages. So yes, I see the docs saying it's a four-wheeler. I think Rain Baby said Kelly said go-kart again. So I don't know. Maybe they got it mixed up. So maybe she meant to call a four-wheeler. She called a four-wheeler a go-kart by accident. It probably sounds like a four-wheeler, because that would be the thing I would expect you to drive in the snow, or like right after the snow ends or whatever. But the issue I think people take with this here is, and I think it is kind of showing some bias, is that Michael filed an order prior to today's thing to enforce the court order on the kids not being allowed to be around Jacob. There was also the issue of the delay and whether or not you agree with the delay. I can see it both ways, and it being kind of normal rough time period of between injury, accident, and stuff. And I can also see it being like, why the fuck didn't you go quicker? So the accident happened. The child looked like that they was hurt, like they were it was hurting, and then they went and got checked out. But it was like a couple days or something. Like it was a day or two in between the accident and like getting checked out and getting surgery, because it was supposed to need, according to the specialist who did the surgery, or the one of the people who examined it, is that the kid needed like quick surgery because, one, it's your hand. Anytime you do something, your hands are important to life, job, work, all that. You really probably don't want to let that just sit there and go unfixed. You want to, if it was me, oh, well, shit, let's just go get checked out because it's probably safer. Get it x-rayed, get it looked at, because it was a multiple fracture, right? Is my understanding was there's multiple fractures in the child's hand. So it was a big deal. I wouldn't want my kid to, I wouldn't want my kid to do that, to go without being checked out for days. Precautionary go, yeah, you spend hours there. But the kid, it sounded like a decent accident. I don't know how fast they were going. It's not stated, but, And so whether or not the contempt, the enforcement should have been done, or whether or not, because there's multiple incidences where Mike allegedly violated the court order, and you have at least one incident here where Kelly allegedly violated the court order. Again, it's also coming down to perspective on a lot of this, right? It should come down to, I guess I'm hearing, I'm also saying where Mike lives is city wrong. I don't care. But this comes down to a matter of perspective. Is the delay an issue? Should it be considered in like this? This is a report on whether or not parents are fit, whether or not they're good for custody, whether or not they should have their kids, whether or not they should have visitation, because all that gets fucking assessed in this. Is their behavior, is their actions show them being a good parent? Does it show them being or engaging in concerning activities? If so, then okay, yeah, that's something I would want to look into. I would want to figure out why this wouldn't happen this way, or why didn't you do this, or why wasn't the contact made sooner, why wasn't the information about the accident transmitted between parties sooner? Because to not know that as a parent, I would be pissed off too. I think that's fair. So let's continue on. So section 5 regarding SL. There are several videos of SL which were posted on the internet where she reacts in an extremely negative way to the exchange from Michael's care to Kelly's care. SL appears distraught, screaming, crying, and in some instances hysterical in her refusal to return to her mother's care. These videos are still disseminated across the internet, even though multiple requests to have them removed have been made. You really can't you don't have the authority to remove them, though. The only ones that you, as the court, right, that can be removed is if it's a video posted by a party to the case that's been up, and Michael filmed them. Michael filmed the outcries that were shared. He's the actual copyright owner. So unless you have a way to actually issue an injunction against the specific person that's having the video up or is sharing the video, you don't have the ability to take it down. Yeah, they're out there. Good luck trying to take them down. Look what happened when one of the worst mass shootings ever happened in New Zealand. People tried to take it off the internet, and guess what? They could not take it off the internet. And they tried hard. You do more harm than good. The Streisand effect is real. Doing shit like this only makes it worse. When you try to take shit down, when you try and force people's shit down, they're going to talk more. It's what they do. They feel silenced. They feel stressed or whatever. They're like, fuck this. I'm not going to let them do this. So you can make the request, but they don't have to actually go through with it unless you have a legal order that can point to it. Like, no one can enforce an order on me because I'm not in the state of Texas. There's no way any of the orders in this case can be enforced on me because I'm not a party to the case. This goes back to the whole issue of the sealing order and all that shit. I'm not able to be enforced under those orders because I'm not a party. So let's continue. Guardian attempted on many occasions to form rapport with SL. The first visit occurred on 9 October and included the 𝗫𝗫𝐽𝐽 attorney, John Helms. The visit was with all the children at the house at Michael's. SL seemed to be in a pleasant mood. SL indicated that she wanted to be a Disney television or movie star. I just like this because the phrasing, it's like, I want to be an actual Disney television. Right? It's like Disney TV star or movie star. And wanted to meet Taylor Swift. Mom and Dad, I want to be a TV for Christmas. She kept her smartphone with her through most of the interaction with Guardian and the 𝗫𝗫𝐽𝐽 attorney, who was present at the initial meeting. Knowing that a conversation between previous 𝗫𝗫𝐽𝐽 and SL had been recorded and sent to the internet, Guardian requested that the phone be placed in another room. SL claimed in the initial meeting that she had suffered inappropriate touching by Jacob, but she specifically stated that her mother was not there when it would happen, and it appeared that if anything happened, Kelly had no knowledge of any bad acts occurring. So this here runs counter, though, to the allegations Sophie made in the videos. So in the videos, Sophie makes the allegation that, she's being touched and that mommy watches was the allegation that was made in the video. So this does run a bit counter to it, but as I've stated before, children are not necessarily going to tell you everything out the gate. I've had clients where it takes many sessions to get them to tell me the really deep shit that's going on. They're not going to tell you everything the first time you meet them. If it's your first visit, as you said, yeah, they might say, well, this person's doing this to me, but maybe I'm sure the child loves her mother, right? Maybe she's just mad at the mom for being a participant, or she's conflicted about the whole situation, so she doesn't want to necessarily throw mom under the bus. She's 9/10, right? So I could see her not wanting to throw mom under the bus and maybe holding back, or she's not ready yet to share that. But when you have this claim initially, and then you have a statement here where it's stating that the mother is not there, you have two opposing answers. Like, you have two opposing statements. That's one of the things you would want to investigate further. So this here, and again, this is in the section from 9 October, which maybe it's just the way the structure of this report is. But when it says, and if appeared that if anything happened, Kelly had no knowledge of any bad acts occurring. If we're getting that just from that first visit, that to me is improper. I wouldn't want to make that kind of jump off of just my first visit, right? I would want more. I would not want a single statement by the child in this one time to be what colors my statement to, my mom didn't do anything. This, if anything, would make me want to know more. It would really make me want to build rapport with the child so I could get the child to tell me more about what's really going on. They need to trust to be able to open up. If they don't trust you, they're not going to open up to you. And again, Michael telling the child not to trust the guardian for whatever reason, doesn't help with that situation either, right? It does put the guardian at a disadvantage, but that jump also doesn't help either. So I don't think we should jump from one to the other. Okay, so for 2 months after the initial visit, SL claimed that she had severe stomach pain and a discharge. So guardian was able to get SL to visit a gynecologist, Dr. 𝗫𝐤𝐽𝐻 out of New Braunfels. Dr. 𝗫𝐤𝐽𝐻 saw SL one time and refused to see SL again. Dr. 𝗫𝐤𝐽𝐻 indicated that she believed SL was being coached and would not treat SL. I have not seen a single record that points to that. Maybe maybe I haven't gotten it from someone yet. I have not seen that mentioned anywhere else. Because, one, how does the gynecologist get the indication of it being coached? If the doctor's giving you that statement, right? If the doctor's telling you, if you're the guardian interviewing the doctor, right? You're talking to the doctor says, I think the child's being coached. Where's the detail that backs it up? So the doctor won't see the kid again, right? Says, oh, I think the kid's being coached. What is the doctor saying that makes them think that the kid's being coached? Well, she's doing this, or she's saying that, or her behaviors, or it's only, based off of previous behaviors of, the way some of the allegations were made, is it was maybe mostly the parent talking versus the child talking, and she did this or she did that. Again, you would want that to back up that allegation, right? Because this right here is a big thing to put into a report, right? It's a big deal to put this into a report. I would want to be able to substantiate it. I would want to be able to say, this is what the hell's going on. And I think not having that hurts, if anything, some of the validity of this thing. So SL continued to complain about this mysterious illness until JL and LL went back to their mother, Kelly. So this here is also a bit, I don't know, I don't like the way it's phrased. Are you indicating that, it ended just because the siblings left? Or did it just happen to end after the siblings left because she saw a doctor, she got treated, maybe something else changed? Because if someone in the chat knows off the top of their head, do we remember roughly when it was that the boys went back to staying with mom mostly, or all the time? Roughly what time frame was that? Because I don't remember off the top of my head, and I really need to know that right now. Also, hey, Crime Stalker. So, because this here gives the indication, and it sounds like the way it's stated is, the symptoms stopped once the boys left. So the boys went back to mom's in December, and something interesting that I'm about to read also happened in December, which could be tied to why the symptoms stopped, right? So let's read the rest of this paragraph. There were several discussions between Guardian and Michael regarding this issue. SL continued to complain about said illness. So she continued to complain, but then continued to complain until, so this is a bit confusing in the phrasing. Specialists were recommended in Houston and San Antonio. Michael never took SL to a specialist. A diagnosis was never obtained regarding this illness. SL started her menstrual, so this is the thing I'm talking about. SL started her menstrual cycle around December 2020 and did not complain of stomach pain after that. Is it possible they're related? I'm just saying, if anything is it possible that the issues we were having with stomach pain and discharge maybe were associated with the child getting ready to start her menstrual cycle? She's what, 10 now at this point? So yeah, it's, roughly the age you'll start to see kids nowadays you have your onset of menses is around that age. It's kind of normal now. It used to be a little bit later, but 9 and up now at this point, you can start it. So maybe that was the problem. But the way this is phrased up here, if we go like this phrasing here, and then coming down here, like it doesn't sound right. Coming out of like, there appears to be a bias from the author in the phrasing. Now, if Michael was supposed to take her to a specialist and didn't do it, I'll ding him for that. Why didn't you take the kid to see a specialist? Time, money, what was it? Right? It probably would have been helpful to have a diagnosis for this. So, God damn it. Where'd it go? Thank you, Curtis Menarch. I always fucking mix them up. Thank you. I always hated all the damn technical terms. It's like the one thing I'm bad at. Like I can know the thing, but I always forget the damn technical term. So let's continue. So that was my issue with this section, is the phrasing there, that it comes off a little bit weird. Let's see here. At the same time, December 11th, (2020), visit SL was very reserved. Guardian spoke to her one-on-one. SL would not make eye contact and kept several steps ahead, running in some instances to keep away from the Guardian. Guardian asked about the holidays and if SL would like to see her friends in Frisco, or if she missed any of the things she used to participate in. SL indicated she did not miss anyone or anything and was adamant that she wanted to stay with Michael. SL stated that everything about her life in Frisco was bad and she did not want to go back to that life. I'm going to highlight this to come back to a point in a minute. SL initiated a conversation about the alleged abuse. SL indicated that she was in fact abused by Jacob Bellington. As she claimed that Jacob Bellington abused her over 100 times and that every time Kelly was standing in the door watching. However, she was not able to give details about the abuse. I'm going to highlight this to come back to it as well, to try and keep with someone in chat's asking of me. She stated that she stated that he abused her in a hotel room along with at least 3 other men, and her mother watched that instance as well. Information from the Frisco Police Department indicates that the hotel room in which SL stated the abuse occurred did have surveillance that covered the door to the room SL was staying in a room at the end of the hallway on the 3rd floor with no balcony. The information also states that the Frisco Police Department reviewed the surveillance video, and no person came in or out of the hotel room who was not law enforcement or CPS acting in their official capacity. Jacob Bellington was not seen going in or out of the hotel. SL seemed distrustful of the Guardian after this visit going forward. So, one of the things that, and so, where the hell did it go? Let me highlight this real quick. So, just because, so she stated that he abused her in a hotel room along with at least 3 other men, and her mother watched that instance as well. So if anyone's familiar with sexual abuse, people deal with it in different ways. You can dissociate, so you kind of think almost like some people will report it to like an out of body, where it's like they're not there, because then they can say, well, it's happening to another person. It's not actually me. I'm going through all this pain and suffering. And it's a way for them to help really forget and deal with in the moment the horrible stress they're undergoing, because it's a horrible thing that's happening to them, right? No person should undergo that. One thing that, you may remember, we're talking 9 to 10-year-old child. Going back to streams I've done on this, cognitive levels of functioning were roughly in, I think, the concrete stage, roughly. So certain things are good. Abstract thought, we're not there yet. So is it possible that the dates were mixed up? Is it possible we misunderstood the situation? Is it possible we let our mind create its own tale of the events? Yes. I mean, that's not saying that the event happened, but it doesn't mean that it didn't. Now, it does say that this event on this date and this time didn't happen. But when you have a child making a claim of over 100 times, I doubt that they run in that same hotel 100 times. I'm sure if it was assuming, for the sake of the argument in this moment, that it happened as stated 100 times or more, right? For sake of argument, I doubt it was at the same place in the same room every time. And again, the cameras were checked for that one day or that 1 week or whatever to verify. So if it was more than a dozen times, assume a dozen times, assume 10 times. It was more than 10 times. Is a child really going to remember some of the specifics or when it was, or they could mix up when it happened? That's where I'm coming from with that thought process, right? And maybe I'm not getting it out there clearly. That's probably my problem. All right. So as you can see here, according to this report, and I know there was a report done by the police and it was investigated, is that they were able to show that there was no entrance by Jacob or other people outside of CPS or law enforcement in that instance. So it does say that it didn't happen on this day at this time, right? Crime Stalker, if you could flesh out what you mean by something not right, that would be really helpful. So I know exactly what you mean by that. I want to make sure I'm not missing it. Jillian P, which this I'm going to highlight. Let me go to my actual, because I've got two different chat windows open. Because one's easier to tag people in, and then the other one's obviously able to show it. Jillian P says, my 10-year-old has PTSD from an accident, and she has night terrors and often can't distinguish that it's a dream. That is also true. If the child is dealing with PTSD or dealing with a traumatic situation or an acute stress disorder or something in that neighborhood and is having issues just determining true from fiction, from a dream versus reality, and it can be hard for kids to do that sometimes. And then another thing, I know the 100 times thing people mention, like, oh, well, 100 times, like, kids also exaggerate. Like, I've worked with kids, I've got family members and, I've got relatives and stuff and things like along that line that are younger, and kids will inflate numbers. It's just what they do. Like, oh, I got 1 million points on this game. Buddy, you got like 300 points. I got 1 million points on this game. I'm doing great. Like, okay. Because to them, they know that 1 million is a lot, right? And for them, maybe they never got that high of a score before. So to them, it's like, oh, I got a really high score, so I'm going to use a really high number. Even though it's not the same, to them, that's the way their brain's thinking. They know this is a large number. It means something really big and a high number. And then so that's how their brains can associate those things. So doesn't mean she's necessarily lying that it happened multiple times. She just might not truly have a grasp of 100 things. Do you remember the last 100 meals you've ate? Can you really specify the dates and times in which you had? How well can you recall that? How well can you recall the last 100 times you've done something or you've dealt with something? Or use your own personal, if you're in a relationship or whatever, the last 100 times you've been intimate with someone, right? Do you recall every instance? How do you count it? How do you keep track? Like, could you, if you've had that, even if you're married, can you count the last 100 interactions you've had with your partner that way? Many people know. Maybe significant ones, or there's ones that might stand out, but I'm really doubtful everyone will remember all of them. Also, hi, your friendly neighbor. One sec, I'm just trying to read something real quick. 𝗏𝐴 says, I remembered everything at 9, but I was emotionally disconnected from it. That's also possible too. So Danny B says, I see what you're getting at, Ken. Thank you. I'm trying to think about it from my perspective. I'm also, again, trying to assume good faith on parties. Even though I disagree with some of the way this report's written, I'm assuming good faith on the guardian ad litem. Right? Because I have to. Because I can't just be like, oh, she's this awful fucking person. Just like it's not fair to Michael or to Kelly to just assume they're awful fucking people out the gate. You may not like them. That's fine. I will not do that. If you don't like that, I'm sorry. So. Also, I know this question keeps coming up. And not just in my comments and in my chats. The question about Mike's deposition is, I've talked to an authoritative source on it, is he does not have a copy of it that he could release if he wanted to, is my understanding. And considering that I have other positive interactions with the source that can confirm that, and things along that nature, I have been given the guarantee for the most part that when it's obtained at some point, I could probably get access to it. We'll probably read it, or we'll go over the highlights, right? But as of right now, it doesn't exist in his possession. The moment I get it, y'all will know about it. So. Real quick, just trying to catch back up on chat. I know there's a couple things that have been mentioned and people have tagged me in something. Just trying to make sure. So don't come into my chat bitching at me about my mods when I can't go into other people's chats and have a conversation without getting banned or timed out myself. I've tried to go into multiple chats to have legitimate, honest, sincere questions, and of people who were very in this neighborhood and in this topic. And every time, banned or hidden. And it's not like I'm being a dick. I'm asking sincere questions or trying to throw out a little bit of, have you thought about this or have you thought about that? Nope. Hidden. Banned. Goodbye. Every damn time. Right now, my mods have the authority to, and they consult with me behind the scenes if they're not certain. But my mods, for the most part, will make the decisions they feel is correct. If you have an issue, if you feel you've been banned unfairly, you can contact me and I will discuss it with you and maybe I will unban you. Right now, I have too many people watching and I'm trying to go through a document to be doing the ins and outs of the stream chat. I'm trying to pay attention and read. Like I said, not necessarily the best with multitasking. Trying to do my best. Basically, don't derail chat, don't dox, don't violate YouTube's terms of service. Try and at least be somewhat genuine in your discussion here. Don't be a dick. You know, people are getting banned and timed out. For most of them, I'm seeing and provided reasons on the back end as to why, and a lot of them seem to be valid. There is a discussion about a few people and whether or not they should have been, and it's being addressed. So there you go. Yeah, I'm trying not to, Crime Stalker. I have been doing a lot better about that. There's just a few points I was trying to make with regard to the situation, right? That wasn't my... Jillian Pete, I know. I'm just saying it's funny that the same people who were responsible for getting me fired, thank you, these same people are trying to come in here and dictate my shit when they won't even give me the opportunity to speak to them. No, I'll pass. So, For the most part, I normally don't care. But today I'm trying to go. This is an important day. A very big event happened today, whether you agree with it or not. Some people are very happy about the way the court ruled today. Some people are not. I am not, because of the way rights were not protected. That's my issue. The validity of the information does matter. I am waiting for a specific event to happen on my channel before I ever come out with my personal opinion of the case. Yes, I'm probably a little biased, maybe one direction or the other. I am doing my best to give deference to both parties, to try and be as neutral as I can. So let's continue where we leave off. Okay, so SL seemed distrustful of the guardian ad litem going forward. But if you're, one thing you're also not taking into consideration with this as well, right, is what if the guardian is just not a person that the child naturally wants to trust? Ignore anything that the dad says, because the dad can send the child a text message and say, don't trust this person. And the king can be like, well, they seem nice. Dad, you're being dumb, right? That's a very reasonable expectation you could get from a kid, unless it's like, well, I'm going to kill you if you don't do it. Like, obviously probably not happening here, but it doesn't mean the child has to follow it. Now, it can bias them in their trust building with that person, but if the guardian is not coming off to the kids in a way that the kid feels comfortable, and this could be because of the way the guardian's presenting herself, or the way that she's asking questions, or the expectations she's setting for the child or for the parent, or the way the kid may see the guardian interact with other people, might color her decision on who she chooses to trust. Remember, this person is still somewhat a stranger to you. This is maybe you get your first visit, and you have several other visits. Still, your visits are usually, they can be anywhere from like 20 minutes to an hour, sometimes a little longer. I used to, visit as often as I could when I was a guardian ad litem, because I loved hanging out with the kids. I wanted to get to know them, get to know their wants, get to know their needs, the things that were best for them. All right. Let's continue. So guardian visited other occasions on very little notice to see SL. That's kind of normal in some cases, right? So you, like I said, when you're a guardian ad litem, you get something called the order appointing the guardian ad litem, right? This order gives you basically this almost effectively the same legal access as a parent, right? You can go see them in school. You can go see them at either parent's house or wherever they're staying. You cannot be kept from them. Doing that is a big fucking deal to the court, and you can have it enforced. Never had to do that, thankfully, but I've had people who were guardians that were like, I knew in the office and stuff in this courthouse that I worked in, that they've had to do shit like that because they would not let them see the kid. So they'll call the police out. The police will enforce the order. It's a legally binding order from a court. So one of the things you can do is a no notice or very little notice. Hey, I'm going to come see the kid. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Because you always hear the people talk about, well, CPS called us, said they'll be here next week. So we, my parents, or my parents stocked up the fridge, they cleaned up the house. So CPS never did anything about the situation I was going in. This kind of thing helps prevent that, right? So you get to do that no notice or little notice showing up of, hey, this is what the actual picture of the home is at this time and what's actually going on. And it's not, presented to you. It's not, have time to clean up maybe. Or if you got 30 minutes because they're going to be there in 30 minutes, you really can't do much in 30 minutes. But let's continue. So just pointing out why that matters on, it's not a bad thing that they're showing up with with little notice. It's actually kind of something you would want to do. So again, props to her. That sounds like she was trying to do this. So just to kind of give you real quick, I want to take a pause from this. Just to give you an idea of the people who have been coming into chat and derailing, the same people who were responsible for contacting my employer, for getting me fired, for lying in their allegations to my employer. These same people right now are apparently making sexual comments about my spouse. They're sharing pictures from my docs about my spouse. So I'm the one that's acting in bad faith here. I'm the one that's the disgusting motherfucker. I told you motherfuckers at the beginning, do not fuck with my wife. Do not fuck with my wife. You will not like the fact that you did that. My wife has nothing to do with this. Leave her ass the fuck out of it. You want a problem? You have a problem? You fucking come talk to me. She has nothing to do with this. She has no reason to be drugged into this. That's all I've got for that. I promise you, do not push that button. In general, even being fired by you fuckers, still mostly trying to be chill about it. The last thing is to push that fucking button. I fucking promise you, you don't want to do that. Do not do that. That is my only warning to you. She has nothing to do with this. You can keep spreading your fucking lies about me sharing. I shared medical records. Never did that. I talked disgusting about allegedly, I apparently talked about putting my fingers in a child's. No, I didn't do that. I gave a description of how sexual abuse can happen without it having physical evidence, which has been warped by Kaylee or Callie or whatever in the gang into me being disgusting and talking about, no, that's not what happened. The live stream is up for people to go fucking watch and see that's not what actually happened. I'm about to have to fucking go through and clip out everything to show the fact that it didn't happen that way. So yeah, that's my fair warning to you guys. Thank you, Sierra Mike. I'm glad you have my back, buddy. Oh no, Spectre, I've got it. Don't worry, buddy. I'm trying to be nice. I'm doing my best to be nice right now. If you have a fucking problem, you deal with me. You can email me. You can get me on Discord. You can message me on my locals if you want to. You don't actually have to pay. You can just sign up and message me on my locals. I try to talk and chat when I'm not fucking busy. Don't do that. That's the only thing I'm asking. For the most part, I haven't really given a shit about their stuff. Yeah, you guys lied about me, whatever. I'm doing my best to move past it. Even though y'all disingenuous motherfuckers about it, you can't even tell the truth about it. It's whatever. But let's continue. So, in many of these visits, SL appeared with dirty and very tangled hair. She seemed distracted, anxious, and suspicious. After one visit where Guardian brushed SL's hair for roughly 10 minutes to get the tangles out, Michael took SL and had her hair cut. Her hair was to the middle of her back, after the haircut, it was above her shoulders. SL did not like that her hair was as short as it was. So, I don't remember some of the deets on what happened with this. Also, yeah, you can also talk to me on my OnlyFans too, which is a joke if people don't fucking get that by now. So, I don't remember the details about the hair. I know that there was an issue with, I think it was maybe not properly washing out conditioner. So, and maybe that's what it had to be. So let's So, yeah, I don't know why the haircut was so short. I know that having had stupid long hair myself, because after I got out of the military, I let my hair grow out for 4 years. So from the time I had, it was like 4 years and 2 months worth of hair growth. And my hair was way down my back. It was like at least the middle of my back or more. And it was a bitch to keep up, right? It was very hard to keep up. You have to brush it, wash it. If you don't, it gets tangled. Yep. No. Yeah, I could see why the kid having long hair could be a problem. And if that's maybe her not having the proper hygiene procedures in place at home, okay, then let's fix that. Are we not showering enough? Are we not washing our hair properly? Some kids don't know how to properly wash their hair or wash their body. Some of them just get in the shower and rinse off. They don't understand you're supposed to put soap and water on. Like, you sometimes have to teach that. Like, because it's not always understood. So, 𝗏𝐵𝐺, I don't know if they had lice or not. I don't remember that. Yeah, hair is overrated. My hair got pretty long earlier, and I went ahead and just took a number 8 clipper to it because it's been getting long because I haven't had a cut in a couple months. So just took a number 8 clipper to it and just clipped it up all across the number 8. So it's like an inch long now, or 2 inches. I don't remember if it's like an inch long for number 8 clipper. So, so maybe, I don't know if it had to be cut that short, or if maybe she thought she asked for it to be cut that short and just didn't like the results. I don't know. This isn't clear enough for me. So, yeah, Rain Baby, exactly. Even kids with the best hair products and with good routines, they're fucking kids, man. They let their shit get tangled up. They don't properly take. They got other shit on their mind. The last thing they want to do is deal with their hair, unless that's their thing and they want to deal with their hair. So, let's continue down to the next section. The final visit with SL occurred on April 29, 2021. Guardian spoke at length with SL. During a walk around the garden area of the property, Guardian asked SL what she wanted to happen in the case. SL spoke in so this is something I remember from when I read it. So we're going to keep this in mind. SL spoke in words that seemed older than her 10 years. She made the statement that she didn't want to be in that environment anymore and that she has trust issues. Okay. So the Guardian stating that this is older than a 10-year-old language. I would personally disagree because I've had 10-year-olds speak much more fluent than that I've worked with or interacted with, personally or professionally. So this to me is a bit So, but I highlighted it because we're going to come back to it. Trust me. SL again walked ahead of the Guardian and refused to look her in the eye. Guardian asked SL if SL trusted the Guardian. At this point, Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚 had a copy of the screenshot of Michael telling SL not to trust Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚. Before SL responded, Michael came out of the house and Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚 heard him say to SL to, quote, record. As soon as he went back in the house, SL took out her phone and began touching the screen. When asked what she was doing with the phone, SL said she was looking at photographs. SL then prompted Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚 to go back to the topic of trust. Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚 told SL that she believed she has an answer to whether SL trusted Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚. SL's head shot up and looked at Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚 angrily. SL then said she wanted to stay with her father. She did not want to see her mother, and she did not want to go back to her mother. SL started asking questions of Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚 with her phone facing Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚, stating that the Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚 seemed to be acting, quote, suspicious. It is the Guardian 𝗏𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑚's opinion that SL was recording her. I mean, we could probably, I think it's a fair assessment that the 10-year-old's not fucking James Bond 007 spy level shit, right? She probably thinks that she has to do that to hold it towards the record. Okay. I would not probably have done this if it was me to jump out and say record. It doesn't give the best impression of the situation. I would, again, this is not something I would personally suggest a parent do. I think it looks bad. And it doesn't, if you're the guardian, right? So if I'm the guardian and I see a parent do this, okay, why is the dad doing this? Why is the mom doing this? Whoever's doing it, right? Not the way I would deal with it personally, right? Nor would I suggest anyone deal with it that way. There are better ways to deal with it. If you're going to do that, at least plan ahead. Not that I would suggest it. Curtis asked, why is there an issue with SL recording the session? I would say that the issue would be my issue with it would be is it comes back to the recording of the guardian and the dad texting the child saying, don't trust the guardian ad litem, right? One, it can look kind of bad, right? That's being nice, right? It can look kind of bad from the dad's perspective to say, look, you're, if I'm like, why the fuck are you, like, to put it bluntly, why the hell are you telling your kid not to trust me? If this was happening, I would probably ask that question, like, what is your logic to tell your child not to trust me? At least come to me and tell me, or let's go address it in front of court or whatever. Why is this happening? Why do you not want your child to trust me? I'm here to look out for your child's best interest. Help me understand this. So I would want that answer if it was me. So as far as recording it, again, one, as long as it's legal in your state, because some states are two-party consent. I mean, you can, but, and I can see why it would be a good thing, and I can see why it would be a bad thing, right? It looks bad because it can have the appearance immediately of there's no trust. It all from, because if the parent's telling the kid to record, that means that there's issues with trust from both the parent and possibly the child towards the guardian ad litem. And that's an issue. You also have the way it can color future interactions, right? So if I'm the guardian and then I have this interaction where, oh, we're record, I'm going to be hesitant in the way I phrase and ask and what I do in certain situations in the future. Because some people they don't like being recorded. Even if they're not doing anything wrong, they just don't like being recorded. Fair enough. Okay. But that doesn't mean they're doing anything wrong. Now I can see why you would want to record it because, again, this person has a huge level of influence over what happens with your family. They can tear your family apart, literally. Like what happened today. This report can influence the judge enough to rule that terminating the parental rights. That's a big fucking influence that this report has. So if I'm worried about potential bias as a parent, I would want to keep that just in case, or I would want those done just in case. I could see why a parent would do that. I don't think I would do that. I would hope I would have better rapport with the system or with the people. And if it did end up in a situation where there was sketchy shit going on, I would try to address it in a better way. It's not the way I would deal with it. It doesn't necessarily, to me, mean, oh, this is the worst way to deal with it. I've seen worse ways to deal with shit. So again, she was probably recording. I'll agree with the guardian. She was probably recording because she's not doing the best job of fucking hiding it. I'm sorry. Sorry, kid. You're not doing a good job of hiding it. Yeah, and having to pay for the guardian too, because it's an appointed one. It's not a volunteer, and we'll get into that law here in a bit once we finish the report. So let's continue. So SL participated in reconciliation therapy with Dr. Richard 𝗞𝗖𝗖 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗀. I think someone told me is how it's supposed to be pronounced. I don't remember. I'm not pulling up Google pronunciations to do it real quick. It was ordered that she receive counseling sessions to facilitate the mending of the relationship with her mother. Dr. 𝗞𝗖𝗖 testified on May 20th, 2021 that SL participated in 6 sessions. He further stated that he did not believe SL should continue to attend counseling and stated that SL should be placed in a treatment program to address the relationship issues with her mother. So this is the testimony that I read on a previous stream with Twisted, where we went back and forth reading the testimony and the cross-exam, the direct and the cross-exam of the doctor, which happened to somehow be from this case. It was such a coincidence. I can't believe that happened that way. How funny. So section 6, regarding Kelly Long. Now, I don't know if I would say 6 sessions is enough to say that there's no way you're getting any benefit out of it, to be able to, there's like no way you're going to be able to, assuming 6 1-hour sessions, right? Like there's no way this child's too into the situation. There's no way they absolutely need inpatient treatment. I had patients or clients that didn't make progress for months. Sometimes you chip away at it. Sometimes you have to find the right thing to bond over, or to build that trust over. It takes a lot of trust to discuss some of this stuff, especially as a kid. You're talking to basically at first a stranger. Like you come in, you meet them, go through paperwork, and then it's like, well, okay, tell me stuff about you. Talk to me. Like, okay, what do I share with this person? If they've, and I think it was decently on Michael's part, I'll give him a little bit of credit in the fact the way he cross-examined the doctor and addressed, and this is something that pisses me off too, that the doctor said that I completely disagree with, is the idea that a person who's been sexually abused or something like that they're just going to be, it's going to be clearly obvious all the time. They're just going to be, there's no moments they're happy. There's going to be no moments where they can have enjoyment, or they can laugh, or they can, like, you can have that happen. Like, I personally dealt with it. I've had friends and shit do the same thing. Like, it's not, to me, like, the fact that the doctor said that was really like mind-boggling. I was like, I can't believe that the doctor said that the first time I read it. Like, why would the doctor say that? I've seen many cases where that's not the case. Kids hide shit like that for years sometimes. So you're telling me that a child who's been sexually abused, maybe been multiply sexually abused over months or years, even though they're dealing with this horrible trauma, and yes, they will probably be sad on some times, you may not know why, that during those months or years, they're always going to be sad. There's not going to be a moment where they're a little bit happy, where they're a little bit enjoying the day. I just don't, I don't see that. I've not seen it that way. That's what to me is. And Crime Stalker, I remember it was the over that time period. I know the psychologist, there was issues with scheduling. And to me, the delay in between, like if I was seeing them like 6 weeks back to back and then came to that, maybe, but like 6 weeks or 6 sessions over 4 to 6 months sporadically, what rapport do you build? How do you even remember as a kid? Remember 9 to 10? Well, I think at this point, assuming 10 years old, right? 10-year-old, how much are they going to really remember from 2, 3, 4 weeks ago from the last session? You might end up just repeating the same conversation every session, or you at least have to start there because they don't remember. I've had times where I've had to work with kids where it was a severe situation. Kid had autism, spectrum disorder, intermittent explosive, and something else. And I ended up having to do counseling twice a week with him. That was, every 3 to 4 days. So that way he was able to better remember the things we learned in the last session. So I could say, well, okay, buddy, did you, we did discuss this way to deal with your anger last time. Do you remember it? We talked about it a couple days ago? Because I can say a couple days ago and it's just been 3 days. And it's easier to connect the dots. Like, oh yeah, we did talk about that 3 days ago. Okay. So why are we still doing it then? Why are we still struggling with it? So have you tried it? Like, it's easier for them to remember and they can start to build on top of it. Whereas when it's broken up that much, it's really hard. It's really hard to keep track of, especially for a 10-year-old. I mean, I wouldn't even expect an adult sometimes to remember some things if the sessions are that spaced out. It's hard. So, I mean, to me, that's a problem. And I don't know why they wouldn't have appointed someone closer. And Abel Baker said a few minutes ago, PTSD has a way of changing your ability to trust. It wrecks your memory too. Absolutely. You will have a lot of issues with trust if, for example, we've discussed this before, the whole stranger danger, the stranger kidnapping your kid to like sexually abuse them is the least likely way that that's going to happen. It's usually someone that the child knows or is close to, or is a family member. So family member, immediate family, relative, cousin, uncle, friend of the family, neighbor, someone the kid knows. It's like the super majority of the time that's the case for cases where there's sexual abuse. So if you have a person like that in your life who does something that bad to you, right? Who does something so awful to you, and it's awful. And I don't know why people think I'm sitting out here like I'm talking literally how much this shit is awful, and it sucks to discuss. Like, but these are awful things that are happening to people. They shouldn't. They cause long-term, long-lasting harm. It's sad. It's incredibly depressing. But so let me real quick go back and read something 𝗏𝐻𝐸 said. 𝗏𝐻𝐸 said, 10-year-olds are internet intelligent. She has seen at this point the things being said online. Remember, there were no parental controls active on her phone. She has heard how important it was to record. So do you give props? So assuming, for your sake of argument here, real quick, 𝗏𝐻𝐸, assuming you're correct, right? The child has seen at least something about this case, right? Whether it's someone else's video, mine, I don't know. Probably not mine at this point, right? The issue with that is, if the child's making that determination, right? The child watches this shit and goes, people should record. And then the child records at her own will, or because again, dad can scream, record, and you can go, Dad, shut up, you're being dumb, right? But if the child's really into it, the child's making that decision actively too, and it's not just following orders. Because how many times do you tell your kid to do something and they say no? Why is most kids' first word no, right? So just because you tell them something doesn't mean they're going to follow it. Now, they may, if there's that bond of trust or whatever that's there, then maybe, yeah, probably. But let's see. So Curtis, and this is I'm going to actually highlight this on screen because this is a really important point. Where'd it go? Curtis says, I think there's a misunderstanding that abuse is always violent. In most cases I've heard, it's more coercive. The abuser has to gain trust and then they abuse it. You're pretty damn accurate on that. A lot of it is not the things you think of in your mind. Like TV shows and shit will play it up because it's a TV show, right? A lot of it is that coercion. And this is why it destroys this is why it causes issues with trust and things like that, right? Is you have someone who is in a position of trust telling you, oh, you'll be fine, you'll be safe, or that you feel comfortable around, and then suddenly you're not because they've done something to you. Or maybe at first, because the way they can start out, and grooming is a thing, like you can groom a child to engage in those awful activities, right? You gain their trust. There's sadly, there's like literally handbooks on the internet on how to do that, made up by people who do those things, written by people who do it. Here's how you do it. Here's how you gain the kids' trust. Here's how you abuse them. Here's all the awful shit you can do to them, right? But if it's a violent assault, normally those are the ones you would see maybe reported more likely because it was sudden, it was violent, it was out of nowhere. It wasn't this trust that was built. And it's like, well, now, I've become close with Uncle John, for example. So I'm close with Uncle John. He's been giving me all this extra time. We've been building really close. I can trust him. And then things started to, I felt comfortable with him. It was kind of okay at first. And then I kind of started not feeling right about it. And I don't want him to get in trouble because I love Uncle John. And I just don't want him to get in trouble because of something I did. Because remember, kids are going to take the blame. They're going to naturally blame themselves. I did something wrong. Because what happens the most of the time when people are kids, I did something wrong. It's my fault. I'm in trouble. Because I feel bad, it probably means I'm in trouble. Kids will take that blame on in themselves. It's not necessarily okay. They don't need to do that. I don't like it. It's unhealthy in a lot of ways. But you can undo that. But you should recognize that not all abuse is violent. It's not this horrible. Now, there is a good chunk of it. I don't remember the stats off the top of my head as far as the specific types of assault and how they're done. But a lot of it can sometimes be grooming that takes place over a period of weeks or months. It's a family member you trust. If it's juvenile, if it's a juvenile offense or a juvenile offender, it could be initial sexual curiosity or sexual exploration that now becomes use of power and control. It develops into that. But again, it really depends. So let's see here. Where did I leave off? So yeah, hopefully, Curtis, thank you for pointing that out, and hopefully for if you're feeling like you're making up, or if you had a situation where you lost trust in someone who's very close to you, a parent, a guardian, a relative, you were going to be immediately cautious of trusting, one, that person ever again, and two, anyone who comes close to you, unless there's something that tells you, I need to trust this person. Twisted, am I missing something here? Holy shit. I see your message. Do you have something that you can send me to support that? Because I need to, if that's the case, I need to read that. So I'm trying to juggle multiple things. Unless that's something new I don't know. Real quick, I'm taking a moment to read something very important. I promise you, this is huge information. One more second. So apparently the court hearing today, this is information I'm getting, is there were supposed to be multiple things addressed in today's court hearing. That was my understanding, right? There was supposed to be the Bellington injunction, whether or not the kids could be back around, Jacob again, because there's been an injunction for quite a while that they can't be around him. So mom filed a motion to remove that injunction or to modify that injunction. There was supposed to be at least one or two other things addressed too. The only thing ordered today was the termination of the parental rights. That's it. And allegedly, from the information I'm getting, the guardian ad litem did most of the examinations of the people who were brought to testify today, which is also fucking concerning. Because again, this is an issue with the way the law is written and the fact that the guardian's appointed in a role she's not allowed to be in. So, fuck, that's pissing me off. Wow, so the way the hearing went down from the information I'm receiving is woof. Because apparently the rulings haven't been put on the record yet, and there's some other shit that hasn't happened either. So that's a bit of a problem. Let's see here. All right, so let's pick back up where we left off. I just wanted to read that real quick. I was told it was important, and that is kind of some really interesting breaking information, is if that's what happened. Yeah, that's pretty. Again, I've said multiple times tonight, I've said Michael's done things wrong in this case, and I would tell that to his face. So is Kelly, though. No one's a fucking perfect person in this case. But we're humans. We make mistakes. Part of the way you deal with this is you find out you're making mistakes and you try to do a little bit better the next time. That's all you gotta do, is just a little bit better. You don't have to be fucking perfect, just a little bit better. That's the goal. Aim for the goal, achieve the goal. So, the fact that either parent made a mistake or has made mistakes in this case in and of itself is not the damning end-all be-all thing, right? There was a Dropbox or something released by another YouTuber that had all these screenshots from all this stuff, and some of them were effectively propaganda images were being put out, and the way they characterized the evidence was not accurate in a lot of ways. And that's one of the things I take issue with, is if you're going to put something out there, at least characterize it properly. At least be fair to the shit. That's why I've said, for example, with my shit, if you're going to call me out on shit, at least put the accurate shit out there. Don't make up lies. Don't put bullshit out there about what actually happened. It's not fair to the person you're talking about. Just like I've tried to do as best as I can to be fair with this. I'm fair as I can towards these parents, this situation, everything. I've even been very fair to the people who fucked with my life. I feel like I have. So. All right, let's pick up where we left off. So we're talking about Kelly Long. So Guardian ad litem has had many conversations with Kelly Long. Kelly appears to be concerned with her children's welfare above her relationship with Jacob Bellington. Kelly has stated that she wanted her children to have her father. I'm sorry. Kelly has stated that she wants her children to have a father who spends time with her children and is engaged in their lives. I don't think that's a bad thing. Okay. And assuming this is correct, Kelly appears to be concerned with her children's welfare above her relationship for Jacob Bellington. That's fine. If that's the case, then why file a motion to have your children back around the person? If you're one child, whether or not you believe the allegations are true, if your child is literally losing their shit when you have to take them near that person, is it really in the best interest of your child to do that? Is what I'll come back to. Until at least she addresses that trauma of whatever it is, whether it's a bunch of lies in her head or whether it actually happened or somewhere in the middle, she's traumatized at the idea of having to go with you, to go near that person. Is it the best idea to put her near that person right now until she goes through the therapy she needs? That's my question. That's the thought experiment. Is that the best way to deal with it? Are you truly, in that case, looking out for your child's best interests and not your own? Because if you, in my opinion, if you were looking out for the kid until the kid is showing no signs of anxiety, stress, whatever, around that person, to be near that person, then until that point happens, maybe it's best to leave that in place, or maybe modify it to make it to where, okay, you can do an exchange with the other children, but this child's still not allowed to be around them. Okay. But just the optics too kind of gives a bad optic too. I'm not saying it's being done maliciously. I'm just saying it can give the bad optic. People have characterized it as a bad optic too. So, Crispy Ambulance. God damn it, that name. That's horrible. Crispy Ambulance says her deposition says different. She's overly concerned with getting Jake back into her life. So that deposition was what, back in December or January or something like that? I don't remember exactly. So assuming that was 9 months ago at this point, right? A lot of things can change over 9 months by the time of this report writing. So maybe in the deposition she was, maybe she's had a change of heart. And again, trying to take as much as I can from this report on face value. She's like, okay, maybe I need to put him in the back burner until I get my kids' shit figured out. And props to mom. Good job. Put your kids first. I think all parents should be doing that. Your kids should come first. You're literally your responsibility, legally, morally, all that shit, right? I'm pretty sure, Advo, that there will be an appeal filed. I would be surprised if there wasn't. There's a lot of points that could be appealed, is my understanding. So. I don't think Crazy House Saloon there will be a federal warrant. It's likely that there will be a warrant, a felony. If there is a felony warrant, it will be a felony warrant in the state of Texas. The only way it would be a federal warrant if it was through a federal court or somehow you were able to bump it to federal jurisdiction. Now you can deport back to, or not deport, whatever. Send the person back to the state where they have the warrant waiting for them if they're in another state. Extradite. Thank you. They can extradite him from whatever state he might be in to back to Texas to stand trial, which is fine. But that's just a state of Texas warrant. It would pop up and then they can send him back. I don't think it'll be a federal. I think it's supposed to be a felony warrant is my understanding. So again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I know, Crazy House. I'm not saying you're making shit up or whatever. I'm just saying that's my understanding from the sources I've spoken to today. Because it's been also a hectic day trying to gather information from all my sources and planning this stream too. So Kelly did minimize any anger or violence related to Jacob Bellington prior to around June 2021. She believes that she has the major blame in the instances where the police were called prior to that date. So that's I'd be a bit worried for Kelly there. Hopefully that's something that she can address. Good night, Lord Moopy. On about June 18, 2020, Kelly, Jacob Ellington, and MB went to dinner to celebrate Father's Day. JL and Ella were at another location with their grandmother, Kim Minton. After dinner, as Jacob Ellington was dropping Kelly off, an altercation occurred. Police were called by neighbors. Okay, so this is in June 2020. It is believed that there is an arrest warrant for Jacob Ellington for an assaultive offense. Kelly has indicated that there will not be any relationship with Jacob Ellington other than as the father to MB, and that they will not be in any romantic relationship or live together at any time in the future. So at the time of writing this, that's the case. Kelly is allegedly done with Jacob. No more relationship. Just wants him to be the father to his child with her, and that's it. So I hope that's the case. I truly do. If so, Kelly, thank you. Good job. Continue on that improvement. So Kelly is in counseling with a licensed certified counselor in the Frisco area. Kelly continues to see her counselor and is seeing her counselor weekly as the writing of this report. So okay. So this will come into play later because of the Guardian brings up Michael's counselor, and I'll address it when we get there. But she points this out for a reason here. So, because she could have just said seeing a counselor. You'll see why. And again, that might be a matter of personal opinion on whether you agree with that statement or not. Kelly has been evaluated by Dr. Blake Mitchell. His report has been tendered to the court. Dr. Mitchell identified that Kelly is too trusting in her romantic relationships and likely stays too long in them. Dr. Mitchell's recommendation is that Kelly continue in counseling, which appears that she has done and continues to do. This isn't all that the doctor identified about Kelly. There is information left out of this. Let's leave it at that for now. That is not all the doctor said. So, at some point, I hope to be able to go over that with you. Threats were made against Kelly and her family because of the allegations made by Michael. This suit has been discussed throughout social media sites. Kelly has faced the brunt of many of those attacks. Her address was leaked to the internet as well as her phone number. Unknown people have threatened violence against her. She has expressed incredible fear of attack because of this suit and maintained she did not commit any act of abuse against her daughter. She's also stated that she does not believe Jacob Ellington committed any abuse against SL. However, she has indicated that SL has stated over and over again that sexual abuse did occur. I'm sorry, let me repeat that. However, she has indicated that because SL has stated over and over again that sexual abuse did occur, Kelly will do whatever it takes to assist SL in her psychological treatment. Okay, that's good. SL psychiatrist. I think she means psychologist. I don't know of a psychiatrist in this case. SL's psychiatrist indicated that SL should no longer participate in reconciliation therapy and would benefit from treatment in which she is not in the custody of either Michael or Kelly. Kelly has agreed to this and believes it is the best interest of SL to be placed outside the custody of both Michael and her. I don't know if this is the best way to characterize the actual things that happened here, right? The psychologist said that he believes that, with the 6 sessions he's done with the child, that he doesn't believe that he can do anything to really make any difference. I don't know if he specifically said that she should no longer participate in it, because if she's supposed to be placed in the custody of someone else and then go through an inpatient program sort of system for 3 months or more to address the allegations of parental alienation, then wouldn't that technically be reconciliation therapy? So, I mean, there's a bit of confusion with that. There's ways that can be taken a little differently. Now, as we've gone through in several streams on going through the research, the expert opinion on parental alienation, kids who are being abused and suffering trauma from abuse can exhibit symptoms that look like parental alienation. It does not mean that parental alienation occurred, but they can sort of look similar, and it's very hard to, and there's a whole fucking article, a whole section of a textbook from the experts on parental alienation we were reading, talking about there's a lot of issues with misdiagnosis of parental alienation. And it was going through the different things that are happening, the issues of diagnostics, and what to do with that, right? So, one second. So if there's actual abuse happening, which, again, from what I've seen, I feel like some sort of trauma, possibly a sexual trauma, likely is some sort of trauma, happened. The child is very bothered by certain things. Her body language to me speaks to be authentic. I don't see it as being fake. I don't think you can fake that well at 9. Sorry. Kids are somewhat good at lying on certain things, other things not so much. There's so much things you can lie about. But so let's continue. But regardless, assuming that this is the case, if Kelly is trying to, keep Jacob out of her life because she just wants to have him be the dad and doesn't want to deal with the romantic stuff, good for her. That's great. I'll give Kelly that compliment. Congratulations. If that's your intentions, good for you. I do wish you the best with that. So section 7. So regarding Michael Long, Guardian has had multiple conversations with Michael Long. He appeared initially to be concerned for his children's well-being. Michael was not a permanent figure in his children's lives for many years. I don't remember the reasons why. He lived in Arizona for a time and moved back to Texas. And after he moved back to Texas, he did not live in the same town as the children because Kelly got a job in the North Texas region after he moved back. Michael made allegations of sexual abuse by Kelly's father and a previous boyfriend of Kelly's prior to this suit. I've heard mixed information about this being true. I know Michael addressed it on the interview with Rakita. I don't remember exactly what he said off the top of my head. Yes, Stigas said you can fake that at 9, but you can't use words that sound too old for you. Right? So that's the thing that kind of gets said in here is it's faked. This is obviously not happening, but her using words too old for her is not. There's some contradictions, to say the least. So, Michael has made allegations of sexual abuse by Kelly's father and previous boyfriend of Kelly's prior to the suit. Regarding this suit, he's voiced concerns regarding Kelly and Jacob Bellington's abusive relationship between themselves, as well as the allegations of sexual abuse perpetrated by Jacob Bellington and other actors, including a relative of Jacob Bellington. Michael indicated that Courtney was the one who spoke to SL about the abuse, but relayed multiple and elaborate and detailed incidents he claimed SL spoke about. Michael repeatedly states that SL outcried about sexual abuse to medical professionals, having taken her to multiple doctors. In these medical records, it is family members such as Courtney who is describing the abuse, and SL relied on the adult to describe it. This is a fucking lie, and I will happily say that. I have the actual document I can go through. I don't know if we'll have time tonight, but I have the actual interview with the forensic examiner. The child is making the statements of what has happened, that something has happened, and these are the things that happened to her. The fact that that's not mentioned is problematic to a very strong degree. Ignoring that exists in the fucking evidence is a problem. If you're being genuine in looking out for the child's best interest, you will put that in there, even if you have your own biases. You can say, this forensic interview resulted in this other interview resulted in this, other evidence said that this likely didn't happen. Give the person so the trier of fact, because it's a bench trial, which again is another issue that potentially benefits Michael because he asked for a jury trial and was denied it. According to Texas state law, he was allowed to ask for it and he was supposed to get it. So the trier of fact is the judge. Give the judge the evidence he needs to fucking work from. Give the judge the right information, because it's not fair to the children, because the children are the people who suffer in this. If you have a personal bias about this, take it with you somewhere else. When you're doing something like this, this has life-changing impacts on people. If you pull them out of their family because you don't like someone, because you think they're a bad parent, you think their house isn't pretty or upkept, perfectly but the other house is nice and clean and shit. Like, that doesn't mean they're a horrible parent. You can be a parent that's poor. You can be a parent that's homeless and still keep your kids. That doesn't mean you're a bad parent. That means you have a shit situation that happened, probably. That doesn't mean that you get to decide the person. You think that well, I think it's probably better for her to go here. Maybe it's not what's best for the child. You think it's what's best. It's not what actually is best for the child. Don't do that. Jillian P., I can understand why you would feel that way. Because it can, again, you're appointed by the court to do this role. So, SL was not in counseling until all parties agreed to place her with Dr. Richard Diaz, and then she only went to see him roughly 6 times. So, this here makes it out to be like this is a fault of Michael's when it was more a fault of scheduling from the doctor's end. 1, psychologists are busy. 2, it's hard to get scheduled with them. In December 2020, Courtney went to stay at her mother's home for a while. Almost immediately, another woman moved into the trailer. According to multiple people, guardian ad litem is spoken to. This other woman is 𝗍𝐿𝐴 Guardian ad litem met with 𝗍𝐿𝐴. Alyssa guaranteed that she was not in a romantic relationship with Michael and was merely his, quote, community manager. Alyssa is just one person who Michael has met on the internet and invited to come stay at the property and whatever. I'm not pronouncing it again because I'm fucking it up. Say. Guardian ad litem warned Alyssa that saying that anything she said as Michael's community manager would be deemed to be coming from Michael. Alyssa stated she understood Alyssa has spoken out about this case also. When questioned about other people at the property, such as the woman known as Marlena, I'm assuming there's supposed to be a comma here. Michael claimed ignorance and stated that he cannot control what other people do. This is true. The fact that his one prior attorney was trying to get him to control the internet, and the fact that multiple times in this report, the guardian ad litem keeps coming back to, well, other people were doing this, other people were doing that, specifically regarding Kelly. And not that it's okay that they did this, that they were trying to dox her and were trying to, calling her, harassing her, we're making threats. None of that's okay. But you can't control the other people. 1, you can't control the internet. Don't try. They'll make it worse. Right? Ty Bruner, yeah, I know. I think it's so Crispy Ambulance. So yes, this is in the this was the court report. This is the guardian ad litem report to the court, which is usually made before major hearings or trials in a case regarding these situations or dependency cases. So this is a report that the judge is reading to help him make a determination. So yes, this is so important. They made this an issue here. Whether or not you think it should be, I don't. Again, I'm not one to throw stones in a glass house. I've made my own mistakes. I'm not going to sit here and judge. It's not my job. It's not why I'm here. I don't, whatever that they broke. If him and Courtney broke up or whatever, and then someone else stepped in, go for it. Go nuts. I don't care. Do you do you? Marlena told Guardian ad litem that she had a complete file of the case and that she received it from Michael. Okay. So, this could potentially, depending on when this was, December, this could be a violation of one of the orders. So, both Michael and Kelly were ordered to participate in counseling. Here we go. This is the section I was talking about. And I'll point out why I have a small issue with this. Michael's counselor, 𝗍𝐿𝐴, is not a licensed or certified counselor. She lives in Colorado and practices psych-K therapy. It is unclear if Michael actually has seen her for therapy or if they've merely spoken over the telephone or via video conference on occasion. Teletherapy is actually therapy. It doesn't mean he's not doing therapy. If he's just doing it over the phone or via video conference, that's actually doing a session. I've had multiple telephone sessions. I've had, because of COVID, I've had multiple video conference or video teletherapy sessions. It's still good sessions. Still prefer in person myself. But my only point about this is, unless the court order states that they have to be like a state licensed or certified counselor, I don't know. I don't remember seeing that order off the top of my head. I think it just says a counselor. Unless the law says it or the court says it. I mean, if he's going to this counselor because maybe they practice something, again, I know people point jokes and make fun of Michael for his spiritual beliefs. Personally, don't care. I'm an atheist myself. I don't care what you believe. Do your thing. If that's what you want and that's what you believe, go nuts. I don't fucking care. But if this is the support system that he uses and the court didn't specify, is this really wrong? Is this really bad? That's my question with that. That's one of the things, like, I'm like, I can see it on both sides. Like, well, okay, if mom's seeing a licensed counselor, why isn't dad seeing a licensed counselor? But also, if the court's not specifying it, then he's technically following the court order of seeing a counselor. It's just not one that the guardian ad litem likes because it's not court appointed. Advil Lady, I don't know what 𝗏𝗂𝗽 is. I tried to look it up, but I had to do something immediately afterwards, so I wasn't able to follow through with it. Mar BMW SQL admin people, I don't think that's the case. I would I don't see Michael, in my personal opinion, before people flip their shit over jokes again, or don't understand what comedy or humor is or how actual ethics work in my profession. One second. Okay, sorry about that. I did see that. Mary, I will, Val, I will try and do that afterwards. I'll try to make a note of it. I have said for now, you're good. I don't know what happened. So, again, the stream's been kind of getting hit hard with people. So sometimes people will get timed out by accident. So I apologize for that. So, but the goal is to not do that. So, I've been trying to tame it down a bit. But people have been coming in who are known people to come in here and do shit under different accounts. They are getting blocked again and again. It's not like new people. Yeah, I know. Adam's mom and dad are fighting. I know. I gotta yell at my I gotta yell at my mods because they're fighting. I will ground you guys if you don't stop. I think there was a misunderstanding, Val, for that. So you're good for now with your whatever account, and then I'll address that later. Just if you need to, send me an email so I don't forget. So. Go. Yeah, I don't know. Again, real quick, I don't know what 𝗏𝗂𝗽 is. I'll have to look more into it. I don't know if I've never heard of it before this. So I think it's probably some type of other therapy. I've never heard of it as being an evidence-based therapy or anything, unless it's that new. But to me, it's an unknown. So again, okay, it's a self-help program. Thank you, Steve. So maybe that's the thing that works for him. I tell my clients, I don't care what works for you as long as it works and it's safe and it's not going to like cause you damage or harm. Like, to me, that's not a big deal. Like, do what works best for you. That's fine. So, again, as long as the order itself doesn't specify, then I think then you're technically in the right. I personally wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend a licensed or certified therapist. You can make a lot of headway with that. That's just my personal thoughts on that, right? Michael has spent much of his time on the internet appearing on YouTube channels and raised over $200,000 for the purpose of getting SL and her brothers out of the custody of Kelly and into his. The entire $200K has been spent. Roughly $70,000 is not accounted for. I don't know the validity of that statement off the top of my head. I know there's an argument about whether or not the accounting's done right. Thank you, Blair, for the comment. Guardian Liam has repeatedly requested the bank records to review where and how the money was spent and to date, and Michael has not turned over that information. Why is the guardian ad litem need to know that information to begin with? Does it matter? I don't even, unless the Texas court's different, I don't think I've ever seen anyone's bank information doing that role. Like, that's not my fucking job. Like, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there's no reason that she needs to know this, in my opinion. I wouldn't want to know this. Now, you can ask for it, but you can't, if you ask for it and they say, well, no, I mean, you shouldn't be able to ding them for that. You can say, guardian requested it, politely requested the records. Parent said no, they would not provide the records. Whatever, no negative connotation from that or whatever, just to let it be on the record. Courtney Long stated that much of the money went to living expenses. Michael continues to appear on YouTube channels in spite of the order prohibiting the parties from disseminating information about the case to non-parties. I'm pretty confident that there is information leaking out from more than one party. Let's just say that much. Because there are people who knew stuff before it was ever released by alleged sources from that are supposedly tie back to Michael. There's been information that's leaked out prior to any leaks that may have tied back to Michael or from people who would have access to that. So I don't think it's all just through Michael or associates or whatever. Plus, the people I've talked to have been on both sides of the aisle, which is great. I love bipartisanship in this situation. Michael was very upset when SL's medical records were obtained by an unaffiliated person who was selling them on the internet. But in July, Michael was on YouTube channel screen sharing her medical records and discussing her medical care related to the allegations of sexual abuse in detail. So this is an issue. So there's a clinical term we have for this, right? This is a very complex and detailed term, right? It's very hard to process. It's called changing your opinion on something. So maybe, and this is from Michael's words, right? So initially, Michael was not happy with the medical records or whatever being put on the internet. Being sold too, which is kind of a dick move. Like, really? If you're going to put them out there, just fucking share them. Don't sell them. Don't be a dick. But then in July, he was talking to people and discussing medical records. I know Nick did the interview, and Michael's feeling about it is, and I could tell by the way he was feeling when Nick was reading the interview, the forensic interview. Michael's body language was like, you could tell it was like bothering him. Like it hurt him to hear those things being said. Like he was not comfortable with it. Like it was something that he didn't like. Like, cause just imagine you hear that and you're thinking, oh my God, my kid's going through this, right? So, but Michael feels backed into a corner, I would guess. He sees this massive issue in the system right now, and he doesn't feel he's getting a fair shake. And the only way he feels it can be addressed is because the court sealed it, which I don't think any court case should ever be sealed, because that's how bullshit gets to play out. The reason we have the justice system we do and things are supposed to be open to the public is so that the government doesn't fuck you over, because the government makes mistakes. Even if you like the government still makes mistakes, whether it's in court or with other things, right? So him feeling that way is, I can see where he's coming from in that change of opinion, right? It's like, I don't want to do this, but I'm doing it because I feel it's the only way to address the situation and make sure that I do what's best for my child, is the thought process I'm seeing, right? Now, you don't have to agree with that. You can think it's wrong and be like, that's crazy, or that's fucked up, or maybe he's a little off, or could have handled it a different way. And that's a fair assessment. I mean, you can go, well, there's a court order, you shouldn't violate the order. But if you're a parent and you're really, truly, honestly worried about your child going back into this care, and if she's making these allegations of abuse, wouldn't you take I would think a parent would take the actions to protect their child, even if it would put them at risk. Why do parents throw themselves in front of a moving vehicle to save their kid? Because it's instinct. So dad is, metaphorically throwing himself in front of the moving vehicle to save his child, because he feels his child's at risk of this horrible thing. Now, it doesn't make it right for him legally to do the things he's done, unless he gets clear to them later or whatever. Again, not necessarily what I would do or recommend, but step into the mind of that person for 1 minute and think through the thought process. Like, think, if I'm the parent, would I not do anything I could to save my child from potentially being abused again if I feel legitimately they're being abused? Again, in that person's mind. Again, taking it at good faith that Michael feels his daughter's being abused. And it's not this giant manipulation, crazy planting shit in the kid's mind thing, right? Assuming it's not that, assuming he's being as legitimate as possible, does that make sense? Like, do you knock him for it? Do you make your own modifications to that if it was you? Like, that's the way I think through it. So that's what I would say about that section about the medical records, is the change of opinion over a course of a year. I think it was roughly 9 months to a year ago that the medical records were shared online or sold, and Michael was upset about it, and now he's sharing them. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's hypocrisy. I think it could be personal growth or his own development of the situation. So let's see here. Michael did submit to a psychological evaluation by Dr. Blake Mitchell. Dr. Mitchell describes Michael as having a potential thought disorder, bipolar disorder, as well as a narcissistic personality disorder. Dr. Mitchell recommended that Michael engage in counseling and be willing to accept personal responsibility and fault. This is accurate information, right? This is not a diagnosis of any of those, right? Same with Kelly's, right? I've seen the specific verbiage, right? So having a potential thought disorder, bipolar disorder, as well as a narcissistic personality disorder. Again, they're all potential. The way the sentence is phrased, both here and there, points, these are the things that my evaluation could point to. I would see this being the case. Again, he's doing an evaluation for this. He's not necessarily there to diagnose things. And just like I've mentioned before, this is not a pass-fail thing. It's not like, well, I pass if I get an 85 on my psych eval. No, that's not how it works. Your psych eval is like a detailed history of like your fucking life. Like the shit your parents did, your growing up, and the things you went through, the relationships, if you're good things in relationship, bad things in relationship, why you do things, this, like, they're fucking long, man. I've gone through one or two myself for military shit, and they're pain in the ass. Plus all the tests and examinations, because you take like MMPI-2 and other stuff. And there are like hundreds of questions, so like it's an intensive process. It's not necessarily there to fail you. So and people are in the chatter saying that those diagrams should be in the record, because those are what I have in the record from the sources I've obtained information from. So Bong-Eyed Cat says, think if she wasn't abused and this person's mind is messed up and needs therapy and medication. He needs help and she needs stability. I've never once said she doesn't need stability, nor does Michael or the child not need therapy either. Everyone needs therapy in this situation. Dear God. The therapists who work with this family will make bank. Right? Because they're going to be seeing them for a while. That's okay. It's not a bad thing. They're just going to make bank. So, my only issue with the idea that this is an implanted idea is that this idea of parental alienation is an idea that comes after the allegations are made, because it doesn't seem like the alienation would have occurred prior to the allegations that went up online, is my understanding of the timelines and things and the way behaviors were going down. So I don't see it that way. So that's my thoughts on that. And again, Mike, if the doctor's saying, should accept personal responsibility and fault, and the thing is, those are both really hard things to do for a lot of people, especially if he potentially does have a narcissistic personality disorder or just some symptoms of narcissism in itself. Personal responsibility is a hard thing to do. It's hard to own up and say, I fucked up. It takes a lot of work to get there, to be able to do that. So it's what it is. Shinobu says, them stating that this is a point of privacy is just an excuse to shut down discussion. They shared it themselves. Oh, I know. I can't share them tonight, but I've got clips from recent streams other people have done talking about, again, the lies of me sharing medical documents, which I never did. The only thing I ever did was read an affidavit, which didn't have any, it had statements from doctors, but I don't think it actually had any medical documents in it. So Julie, if that occurred, to help me understand better, where is the alienation occurring prior to that? Because I know there was a divorce. I know that there was the move of the case to Collin County. Where in there is the alienation occurring that would cause, because the behavior of the child is not one I would expect to see for alienation based off of the research I've dug into on this, because I've done a lot of fucking reading and a lot of watching and shit. Like, I'm not, the behaviors that child is displaying on that video, to me, in my opinion, personally, appear to be more than if you watch closely and you slow shit down, there's fear there and you can see it. It's not something you can easily fake. There's horror there almost, in a way. There's this feeling of dread almost. I did a video on it a while back. Talia, I've keeping up with the case. I've got pretty much every document in this case. The only thing I don't have at this point is anything that came out today and anything in the Michael Long deposition, because, again, according to my sources, who are, again, solid and have been good so far, that Michael does not have a copy of it because of something that happened when the deposition actually happened, and he didn't get a copy at the time, and it's a money thing now to get a copy. So that's a problem. But the moment I get it, you will know. I have no problem. Again, I'm not here just, if you're just joining, I'm not here siding with Michael. I'm not here siding with Kelly. I've always sided with the child, because this child should never have gone through this situation. Whether she's been abused or not, whether it was alienation or sexual abuse, whatever it is, no child should go through a court case like this. No child should ever have to deal with this. My whole initial goal with this is highlighting the fucked up nature of a system like this, of the fact that this happens to kids. It's awful. But to me, in my experience, my histories and shit, her behavior does not look like alienation to me. That's my opinion. You don't have to agree with it, but that's my opinion. Unless, maybe I'm missing it in the records, and if someone can point me to the records, I'll look it up. please send me the information or tell me where in the records to find information. I'll go look at it. But from the records I have not seen that in the lead up to the videos. Again, I'm willing to be corrected. Shortest Mike, yes, everyone needs therapy. There's nothing wrong with getting therapy. Therapy's great. I love therapy. I love being a therapist. I love getting therapy. Therapy is fucking great. I love being in therapy. Okay. So real quick, before I jump back, I want to point out one more thing. All right. So real quick, Bongai Cat said, doctors says he has potential disorders. We've witnessed these by watching him with our own eyes. But are you able to make that diagnosis? I mean, the doctor said he might have these. I could say he might have these. But if I say that, allegedly I'm violating ethics, which isn't actually the case, because he's a public figure and I'm giving my opinion about it. I'm obviously stating I'm not his therapist. This is my personal opinion about it. I can do that. I've went through my entire code of ethics. There's no prohibition on that. So sorry, sidetracked on that. Now, I can agree with you where, if he's paranoid to the concern of his child's safety, that yes, he might be overreacting, might be heightened, might be elevated in protecting his child. His child picks up on that. She can be a little bit more elevated on it. I'm not saying that's not the case. But going back to the videos, the things, to me, I would be comfortable putting a lot on the line to say that I'm right. And I don't do that often, because I am always happy to be wrong, but I feel confident on that one. So that's my opinion of it. So you don't have to agree with me. So I mean, in this situation, the case, the people involved in it, they're limited purpose public figures, according to the Supreme Court. So that's the way it works. All right, just making sure I'm not missing any comments. All right, just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything important. So, Julie, again, I'll address this real quick, and I'm going back to the thing because I got to finish it in the next 10 minutes or so. Real quick, Mary, there is two things when it comes to public figures regarding defamation lawsuits, right? There's general purpose public figure, which is like a celebrity, someone generally well known that you could walk up on the street and go, hey, that's Mel Gibson, or that's William Shatner. That's a general purpose public figure. Limited purpose public figure is someone who through the commenting or engagement of I forget the way it's phrased, but there's a situation that occurs and they're engaged in it somehow that makes them a limited purpose public figure for the purposes of that situation, which then the standards for proving defamation or things like that, they change because of that thing. It's a little complex, but I did want to address where the fuck you go, Julie, real quick. Julie says, how are we to believe the original video if the hotel incident did not occur? According to ML, she told him that she was essayed by multiple at the hotel. It's possible. Again, you've got to treat them as separate things. That's the only way you can truly deal with it, because one can be true and one can be false. It's very possible that the initial allegations are the truth right out the gate, and then you also have this other incident that maybe the child mixed it up. Maybe the situation was a bit different. There was something, maybe it was a confusion of a dream or something like that. That's very possible too. It doesn't mean that one did not happen because the other didn't happen. So assuming the hotel thing doesn't happen, doesn't mean the initial thing didn't happen. You've got to consider them as separate incidents. Now, it can maybe tell you, okay, it's less likely that it happened, right? But it doesn't automatically rule it off the table. So let's continue this real quick because we got to finish this in the next few minutes. Guardian ad litem questioned Michael about following therapists or other doctors' instructions if he did not agree with them. Michael indicated that he would not do what doctors said if he did not agree with it. Personally, it's not necessarily a bad thing, depending on how you look at it. Again, so like if the doctor says something, you want a second opinion, you say, well, no, I'm not going to do that until I get another doctor to look at it. Is that a bad thing? In his deposition, he did not answer the same question. However, Michael has shown that he will not follow a direction or court order if he disagrees with it. Michael was ordered on 2 separate occasions to bring SL to the court, and he refused. Michael was ordered to take SL to Dr. Alexandra Doyle for assessment. He refused. I don't remember the reason why the assessment never happened. I know it didn't, but I don't remember why. I don't know if it was necessarily him refusing or if there was something with scheduling. Michael is currently in an unknown location with SL and refuses to answer when Guardian ad litem calls or texts. He has refused to disclose where SL is, merely stating she is, quote, safe when he is speaking about the case on the internet. At one point, Guardian ad litem was able to determine that they were in fact in Phoenix, Arizona, based on a photo that was taken by a journalist and posted on the internet with a news article. 8. Is the opinion of the Guardian ad litem that the children JL and LL should remain in the custody of Kelly Long permanently. Additionally, SL should be placed with her maternal aunt, Danielle Hamlin, until extensive therapy may be had in which SL is able to return to her mother, Kelly Long, permanently. Michael Long has shown extensive, erratic, and dangerous behavior with the fleeing of the state of Texas with SL and his blatant disregard for the court and its rulings. Michael Long deliberately interfered with the Guardian ad litem's attempts to establish rapport with his daughter, SL. It is clear that he attempted to and did hinder the process in which the Guardian ad litem took to investigate and glean information to assist the court in determining what is in the best interest of the children subject to the suit. The Guardian ad litem believes that Michael Long has committed multiple violations of the criminal laws of the state of Texas, including exploitation of a child, interference with child custody, and kidnapping. The Guardian ad litem believes it is not in the best interest of the children for any of them to remain in the custody of Michael Long, and believes termination of Michael Long's rights to be appropriate in this suit. This, to me, is far-fetched. I've seen way worse shit go down and not have a TPR happen. Again, this to me isn't necessarily the foundation for a TPR. This is maybe supervised visitation, rebuild shit, get dad help. Like, to jump to terminating a child's right, the parents' rights to their child, is a huge fucking step. There's so much more stuff you could do. Give mom permanent or full custody with only supervised visitation while dad works on his shit. But to terminate the rights themselves, right? That and then have no contact, like, oof. So, is the opinion of the Guardian ad litem should Michael Long's parental rights not be terminated? So again, if the court decides not to terminate them, I know they did, but for this, that Michael Long have no contact with any child in which he is the father for a period of time until he has completed extensive counseling related to the issues identified in this suit, including alienation therapy consistent with the testimony of Dr. Theus, and once he has completed said therapy, to have only supervised visitation until said court is satisfied with Michael Long's behavior and deems it to be in the best interest of the children to be otherwise. The wording of that to me is, I don't know, that sounds really, oof. Like, well, what's your standard, court? Tell me what you mean by that, because it's fucking vague. Both JL and Ella have been living with their mother. They have enrolled in school that recognizes their needs. Their current living situation provides them with educational, extracurricular, and social opportunities that they need. They are thriving. They were far more isolated and had fewer opportunities with their father. They should stay where they are. Guardian ad litem takes SL's allegations of sexual abuse extremely seriously. I am pressing X. However, after extensive consideration and consultation with experts, the Guardian ad litem does not believe that it occurred. There are numerous reasons. First, many, if not all, of SL's allegations are simply not believable. I disagree with that. For example, her allegation that she was raped by multiple men in a hotel room is disproven by a security video that shows no such men entering the room during the time it was there. So you give one example, not some other ones that are kind of pertinent. Just saying, there's this one example that only favors one thing. That's a problem. That's not right. If it was me, I would be putting in every allegation on record. Example, these allegations occurred at this time, but other things in the future help disprove them or whatever. This, to me, is colored with a lot of bias. That's a problem in the presentation of the facts, because you're leaving shit out in the process. Ow. I cracked my neck. Likewise, the allegations that she was sexually abused over 100 times and that her mother watched her being sexually abused on multiple occasions is not credible. In this regard, it is noteworthy that SL's allegations became more and more outrageous as time went on, and as must have appeared to her, and more, that she needed to make more serious allegations to stay with her father. I don't see this as the case, because that to me isn't what I'm seeing. No, again, the hotel thing, for what it is, while it's serious, it seems to be oh shit, god damn it. Okay, that's still working, never mind. I thought I hit the wrong button. All right, so where do I leave off at? Okay. Again, I think there's a way you can look at that that's not necessarily that. Just, yes, the allegation in the future, it doesn't mean they were building on one or had to be more serious so that she thought that. I don't see that. In his deposition, Michael Long acknowledges that SL's allegations, if true, would make Kelly Long a pedophile. He also, not necessarily, I disagree with it to the extent, but again, medical versus typical or colloquial use of the term pedophile, because people will interpret it differently. And there's a difference between it, like from mental health versus people's usual use of it. He also admitted that he voluntarily agreed to transfer custody of jail and LL to Kelly Long, but he would not have done so if he really thought she was a pedophile. So again, it still doesn't, it's trying to point out to me that the report's trying to say, well, he said this, but he's doing this other thing. He could still believe that the assault happened, but maybe he's not, maybe he thinks the mom maybe wasn't there, or maybe, he doesn't feel, or he could feel the kids were safe in her care because she wasn't worried that that would happen with the boys, right? There's multiple ways to interpret that. Again, there's definitely an issue you can take up with that, but it doesn't mean it's the worst thing I've ever seen. Where'd it go? Further, Guardian Lamb's observation, the observation of professionals who have seen her confirm that SL has a capacity. Okay, so this is where it's interesting, right? So remember that whole using adult words? Further, Guardian Lamb's observations and the observations of professionals who have seen her confirm that SL has a capacity and ability to be highly manipulative. So she's able to be manipulative, but she can't use big words. All in the same document. That's kind of weird. So she's smart enough to be manipulative, which requires a little bit of higher level thinking, but those higher level thoughts for environment and stuff and trust issues, that's too much for a 10-year. That's weird. So to me, that's just really weird to have that phrased and shit like that. Second, Michael Long has a history of unfounded accusations of sexual abuse, including against prior boyfriend/fiance of Kelly Long and prior proceedings of Kelly. Similarly, Michael has distorted Kelly Long's family history concerning alleged abuse. It is apparent from observations of SL and her communications with Michael, as well as the conclusion of professionals, that Michael Long has manipulated and influenced SL in order to alienate her from her mother. I have never once seen a specific diagnosis of parental alienation in any court documents, and I've read all the transcripts from recent shit. There's no specific thing. This has been a case of parental alienation. It's stating that these are things consistent with, but there's never stating that there's actually, I've never seen that specifically stated in the documents. And if someone can prove that to me with some document, please do, because I have yet to fucking see it. The Guardian Lamb concludes that he has promoted and enabled her allegations of sexual abuse and has rewarded them for his attention, promotion. Okay, so this is something that pissed me off. The Guardian Lamb concludes that he has promoted and enabled her allegations of sexual abuse and has rewarded them with his attention, promotion of her victimhood on social media, people who then praise her. That's just insulting. It's a fucking 10-year-old girl. And even lavish a birthday party with copious gifts paid for by internet solicitations on her behalf. This doesn't necessarily mean that the allegations are false. Do you have a direct tie that this is all done to influence, like, help point to it? Just, this is what I'm saying. Third, experienced professionals confirmed the guardian ad litem's conclusions. In particular, it has been reported and confirmed in sworn testimony in court that 𝗏𝐻𝐻 does not behave like a victim of sexual abuse, but she does exhibit clear evidence of extreme alienation by her father. The thing that this was said by one person who would purposefully not say whether or not the abuse happened. He said that this is not consistent with things he's seen, but he said specifically, I'm not here to determine whether or not the abuse happened. He specifically disclaimed that like a handful of times, saying like, I'm not here to make those allegations, to say whether those are true or not. Multiple times he said that. And the way he said that sexual abuse victims act in his experience, not the way they act in my experience. So I would disagree with him. And so, again, that's what I would say. But she does exhibit clear evidence of extreme alienation by father. Again, it's only alienation for a lot of the symptoms if the abuse didn't happen. If the abuse did happen, then it's not alienation. The guardian ad litem believes that 𝗏𝐻𝐻 cannot remain in Michael Long's custody for multiple reasons. First, Michael Long has alienated her from her mother and promoted and enabled her erroneous claims of sexual abuse to the point that she probably now believes them, although she probably knows deep down that they are not true and that she is falsely accusing her mother of terrible things. Okay. I guess a lawyer in the dual role guardian ad litem thing is now a therapist, because that's something you would fucking see from a therapist. This sounds like the gal's fucking personal opinion. He's saying that the dad enabled her erroneous claims of sexual abuse to the point she now probably is them deep down. She knows that they're not true and that she's falsely accusing her mother of terrible things. Well, can you present some evidence to back that shit up? Because there's some really big holes I can poke in that. Jesus Christ. This will leave deep psychological scars if not addressed as soon as possible, but addressing it will not be possible if she continues to have contact with Michael Long, who exercises undue and controlling influence over her. There's definitely deep psychological scars that are going to be left whether or not the allegations were true or false. This whole process leaves fucking deep psychological scars. Yeah, Amy Jade, the gal is overstepping. This is opinionating, I think. This is not presentation of facts and here's the best interest for the child. That doesn't seem to be the case. Back this shit up. There's nothing to back it up. It's just, here's my statement. There's nothing to cite to it. This is done multiple times and it's not, here's the evidence, but there's nothing, here's my statement, there's nothing to cite to it to back it up. Or it's a very brief reference. Like, that's where it's, to me, weird. Let's see here. All right. Second, Michael Long's promotion of 𝗏𝐻𝐻 on social media will undoubtedly cause her distress in the future and is completely contrary to her interests, yet Michael Long has said on multiple occasions that he does not think his promotional campaigns and fundraising are potentially harmful to her. How are they potentially harmful? Please back it up. Just because she might stumble across this in the future? Is that necessarily harm? How are you backing this up? Where's your evidence? Do you have an expert opinion that comes back to this? I have not seen anyone who's given an expert opinion on this in the court case that says the fact that she's been talked about online is going to cause her harm in the future. I have yet to see that unless I missed it. So I know Sierra Mike. I know that's what she's citing too. Both his lack of understanding of the consequences of this publicity and his willingness to exploit his daughter indicate that she should not be with him. Third, Michael Long's behavior demonstrates that he lacks fitness to be a parent. He has repeatedly refused to bring 𝗏𝐻𝐻 to be evaluated by a fully qualified and respected psychologist, and has even defied a court order to do so. He has done so even though he agreed to have a psychologist evaluate her claims of abuse. It is clear that he refuses to do so because he is afraid of the result. Please back that up. How do you know that? Has he said that somewhere? Or are you just making an inference? Because if this is your inference, that's not fact. That's opinion. And you should not be putting your opinion in here. He has also violated this sounds like a personal opinion, not a best interest of the child opinion. Right? He has also violated numerous court orders and has absconded with SL after the court ordered him to turn her over to an aunt to live in North Carolina. See, that's a perfect statement of fact. He's violated multiple court orders and absconded with the SL after the court order. That's not necessarily incorrect, right? That sounds like it. See, that's an actual statement of fact for the most part, right? But this right here, you're mixing it up. Like you're fucking mixing it in. So it's also clear the guardian ad litem said, also clear to guardian ad litem that SL cannot be transferred to her mother's custody at this time. She is so alienated that this caused her psychological harm. However, SL's maternal aunt provides an almost ideal environment for SL to begin the transition away from her father's alienation. The guardian ad litem and amica's attorney have personally visited the aunt in her home in North Carolina and spoken to her and her husband on multiple occasions and at length. Danielle Hamlin is highly intelligent and extremely compassionate, as is her husband. Both of them are professionals with advanced degrees. They both thoroughly understand the situation and the challenges they will face, and both are willing to do what it takes to care for SL until SL may be returned to her mother's care. SL is very fortunate to have her aunt and uncle like them. Section 9, wherefore guardian ad litem prays the court review this report of the guardian ad litem, award guardian ad litem reasonable attorney's fees and costs, and grant general relief. Oh, yeah, let's get our money back. Respectfully, Stephanie Martin, her office, email, certificate of service, this is who it went to, and the other amicus attorney, and so that's the end of the document. So, real quick. So let me touch on this real quick, and then I'm going to get off the stream with you guys tonight. We'll see what we pick up for in the future. Okay. Where's the right window here? Nope, wrong one. Here we go. Okay, right window. Remove that. Nope, remove that. Stop screen. Share screen. And then Chrome tab. Here we go. Oh, don't need audio. Okay. So let me make sure this is sharing right. Oh. I'll make this full screen real quick. So this is Texas Family Code, Title 5, Chapter 107, Subchapter A. And this is a court-ordered representation in suits affecting parent-child relationships. So definitions, the thing that we're caring about right now is the dual role. Dual role means an attorney was appointed under Section 107.25 to act as both guardian ad litem and attorney ad litem for a child in a suit filed by a governmental entity. So see this right here. To act as both guardian ad litem and an attorney ad litem for a child in a suit filed by a governmental entity. This is not a suit filed by a governmental entity, to my understanding. All right. This is a different. So if you go down, shit, I gotta figure out which section it's in. So we go down to, that's definitions. Okay, so section 107.022, certain prohibited appointments. In a suit other than a suit filed by a governmental entity requesting termination of parental-child relationship or appointment of the entity of conservator of the child, the court may not appoint an attorney to serve in the dual role or a volunteer advocate to serve as guardian ad litem for a child unless the training of the volunteer advocate is designed for participation in suits other than suits filed by a governmental entity requesting termination of the parental-child relationship or appointment of the entity as a conservator of the child. Flower Child 66, he can file an appeal to the Court of Appeals and point out a lot of things that have happened in this case that are, because this is the violation of the law. To my understanding, this is not a suit brought by a governmental entity. So this is a prohibited appointment by Texas state law. Right here, this is a prohibited appointment. I'm pretty sure Nick agreed with me on that as well. and I'm pretty sure other people have too, is there's issues with this appointment as being in a dual role. So coming back to the whole discussion of if he feels he's being wronged, is he necessarily taking an incorrect action in his mind? Again, that's a personal decision. That's a personal assessment you can make. You don't have to agree with it, but that's the end of the day. That's what it is. So real quick, I'll take any real quick questions, and then I'm going to get going. So I think Stigas, she was not initially appointed in the dual role, but the judge has stated, has in a somewhat recent hearing within the last 6 months, I would think it was in the May or August hearing, or May or July hearing, basically said that the guardian is now in the role of both or whatever. And either if she's doing the dual role, which the dual role involves, because if it's just a guardian ad litem themselves, they're not allowed to do cross-examinations or things like that, which the guardian ad litem in this case has been doing. That's a problem. So that's one of the things I would point out as being an issue. Punky, I don't think Michael would do anything stupid. I don't see him doing something where he hurts his child. The actions he's taken have been to protect his child. I don't see him doing the inverse of that. If he wanted to hurt the child, he would have done so by now. Especially with the way he's felt back into a corner up to now, I don't see him doing that. It just doesn't seem to be the way he would deal with it. Now, that doesn't mean the rest of the shit he's doing is right, but it's something to take into consideration. I just don't think he would do it. It just doesn't. Yeah, Michael. Someone else said Michael really needs a lawyer. Yes, he does. He will need one for. Crispy Ambulance. That's what it was. It was the mandamus, and then he, I think, said that she was in the dual role. And Shortest Mike, I don't know when my next stream is. I've been going through some shit the last couple of weeks, and there's been a lot of things going on behind the scenes, personally, and some other stuff I've been trying to deal with. And so normally I would stream twice a week, at least. So I'm going to try and, what's today? Tuesday. I'd like to do a stream tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but the next couple days and stuff. So appeals panels are normally 3 judges, someone said. But I'm hoping to do a stream again sometime this week. My streams will either be announced in my community tab on my YouTube channel or on my locals page, because locals sends out, it should be sending out when I post them, immediate notifications, which you'll get in your email or on your app or whatever. You can sign up for locals for free. You don't have to pay for it. If you feel like you like my content and want to support me, you can subscribe and do monthly subscription, minimum $5 a month to help out. It's actually been really helpful the last month or so after losing my job. Now that live streaming is available to me on locals, we'll be able to do locals only live streams. That's coming up in the pipeline as a locals only live stream for people. So we'll be able to talk about some cool shit behind the scenes, go deep dive on stuff that we might not be able to talk about on YouTube, and we'll definitely take advantage of that. So we'll see where things go, but that's the best way, is either follow me, make sure you subscribe to me on YouTube, click the bell, and go to my locals page, sign up for free, and if you want to support me if you like my content. So there's been some stuff going on behind the scenes with some family, and just been under a lot of stress myself personally, so making sure I'm taking care of myself, things like that. So again, this is a big stress relief for me. That's why I like doing them. But this is one of my self-care things I like doing the stream, and I've hated the fact that we've been on the same topic. I think our next stream might be a Rescue 911 stream because, god damn it, do I need to fucking de-stress a little bit more. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe that's next on the plate here. So, any last questions before I let you guys go for tonight? I'm just double checking. Thank you, your friendly neighbor. Thank you, Rain Baby. I'm glad for the support. I really do appreciate it. If you do want to support me, if you don't like locals, I still have my GoFundMe. You can go to supportken.com and go straight to my GoFundMe. My links are all in the chat, or they will be. Damn it, I don't remember if I put them in the chat before I posted. I think I did. Mary Gantry said, in the mandamus it said it was okay because she is also a lawyer so she can cross-examine. No, God, no, that's not how that works. If it's not a case brought by a governmental entity or organization, she can't act in the dual role. There's this specific chapter, 107, says you can't do that if you're the guardian ad litem. You're not supposed to do that. Flower Child, for the appeals goes to, he's in the district court. It's the 417th district court in Texas. His appeal will go to a higher level court, so a court of appeals circuit. And so it'll be like the something circuit court of appeals of Texas. A 3-judge panel there will rule on it. And then depending on the outcome of that, you can either request for the whole court to hear it, or you can take it up to the Supreme Court of Texas. So there's ways to deal with it. If the appeals, your friendly neighbor, if the appeals court actually recognizes the error done here, this should be able to be this whole, all the things that the guardian's been involved in with the crossing, like all that shit can be thrown out if it hurts Michael's case, because she should not have been able to do that. And that's a problem. And that's why I said it's not fair to have his rights violated to go through this. Maybe he does deserve to have his children taken away and never fucking see him again. Do it right. Do it right so at the end of the day you can come back and say, look, we put him through the ringer, we followed the rules, and it was like, okay, dude, you don't need your kids. That's it. That's all you have to do. The games and the shadow shit and the things of the rules not being followed, that's not okay. I don't see how anyone can justify that personally. Because even the people who've done the worst shit to me would never want them to have their rights violated in a process like this. It's not okay. Thank you, Emily. I'm trying to do well. Family court is a mess. It's a horrible issue. Yeah, it's been a lot to deal with the last month or so. Month and a half at this point of dealing with all this shit. Never expected it to go down like this. All I tried to do was read old documents, and shit just fucking blew up. We have had the highest viewership I've ever had on the stream tonight, which thank you. Cause I'm at I think the 100 something was we're well over 100 viewers tonight. We're at 110 right now. I've never been over 100 before to my knowledge. So we're definitely high tonight as far as view count goes. I don't know if I'm missing any. Thank you, Shorts Mike, for the thoughts and stuff. Let's see, just scrolling through chat real quick. So Julie Crandall, what happened is he wasn't given the information that he could appear by Zoom until this morning. So the court hearing is supposed to start at 8:45, 9 Central. And the email came in sometime this morning. None of the orders or the serviced orders for Michael had anything about Zoom on them. Also, Michael attempted to log into Zoom for more than an hour, I think, and was not given access to the damn court hearing. And waited. I have the evidence. I've fucking seen it. He waited to get in and they never let him in. That is fucked up. That to me is the court seeming to do a CYA. Let's just cover just in case. You never know. We'll just send it out. And then if he doesn't show, because if he doesn't show, then it's like, okay, we gave him Zoom. Even if he's on the run, we gave him Zoom and he didn't show. He doesn't care. Well, if he's trying to fucking show up and then you don't let him on, that's not his fault that you didn't let him on. Because it said basically, waiting for the host or whatever shit. It's crazy. And again, how is that fair to him? How is that fair to the process? I know there was net issues, but I've seen evidence that shows him waiting to get on to the damn thing, and of multiple screenshots. Oh, dear Christ. Where did I share his medical records? Thank you, Battle. Is she dropping my Ken name or is she dropping my real name? So, I mean, the only document I fucking showed today was this. No other document has been shown today. This in the Texas family code. The only things that have been on screen today. So, that's, okay. Well, I don't know where there's medical records. Yeah, I'm showing his medical records, but she's gonna show his medical records. Like, come on. Get your shit together. That to me is hilarious in its own way. Julie, I think he did, but I don't know what his decision was on whether or not he was planning to attend in person. That specifically hasn't been stated to me, so I will not speak to that. Whether or not he was intending to turn up in person, I don't know. I mean, I could see why he might not, and I could see why he would have. But when he did attempt to appear through Zoom and that was denied to him, that's problematic to me. So, but thank you, Louisiana girl. For someone who is, for me, apparently being the worst person by talking about all this disgusting stuff, Kaylee sure puts things out there that, just and does it in such a drops receipts, but doesn't actually drop receipts. No one's been able to drop receipts on me. There's a $500 bounty. $500 is out there, thanks to people who've said they would support and put the money into the pot for someone to be able to prove any ethical violations I've made. No one's fucking been able to do it. $500 straight to you. Kohler Cash, PayPal, Cash App, whatever. No one can do it. But yet we'll claim all these allegations against Ken being this horrible person, Ken doing shit wrong. Yeah, no. So, but the Miss Wheezy, the summons for service did not have anything about Zoom on them. I've seen those documents. They do not have anything about Zoom on them. The Zoom was literally a last minute thing this morning. And due to connection issues initially, I don't think he was able to jump on. And because of the email coming in and having issues with internet access, he didn't know about it when the email came in. So, oh, come on. Stupid bots. Report. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the court summons, I looked at them last night or the night before to look at something to verify, and I did not see a single thing about Zoom on there, because if there was, I would have been like, oh, at least you're going to appear by Zoom, would have been my thought. Firestarter, I don't know if court's continuing tomorrow. I don't, whether he should have turned up or not is a decision. That was his decision to make. Pretty sure it was not an easy one to make regardless. But at least he did try to at least show up via Zoom, but was denied access. That's a problem. So, I mean, even if he couldn't bring Sophie through Zoom, Miss Wheezy, he was still at least trying to attempt to, be part of the process and allow him to speak at his own trial for the termination of his parental rights. But it was supposed to be other things too. Like it was It's a really weird way this went down. So, again, whether he should have showed up or not, that's each person's decision. But he did make an attempt to show up through Zoom. That should count. And if he was denied access, that's a problem. And whether you like him or not, you should recognize that's a problem. That's all that matters. So if he can show up on Zoom, participate in the case, even if he's not able to turn the child over and he's still in contempt of court for that, at least he's able to testify at his own trial. But if they're not going to let him fucking on, after sending him a link, here's your Zoom information, but I can't fucking get on. How is that fair? How is that right? How is that right in the eyes of the law? Right? So, it's not necessarily a conspiracy. People, individuals can all make mistakes in this process that fucking make it really bad. It's not necessarily there's this big conspiracy. It could be that there's just a bunch of fucking idiots. And there's a lot of idiots in the system. I've ran into good fucking like CPS workers. And I've ran into fucking awful CPS workers. I've seen the same in multiple fields. Like, it's not everyone's fucking perfect. You can't just assume that everyone's perfect. So, Doodlebugs, when you say that's not what this hearing is about, what was this hearing about then to your, because there were supposed to be several things that were supposed to be discussed, but then his parental rights were supposed to be terminated. So what was it supposed to be about? If it was not supposed to be the termination of parental rights, it was supposed to be something else. It was supposed to be a hearing of another motion or two. And then this happens. And this is the only thing that actually gets ordered from my understanding. So it's crazy shit. Regardless, he was given a link. Why wouldn't they let him on? If he's there trying to log in, why would they not let him on? That's not something you can just hand wave away. So apparently it was the court terminated his parental rights, but it wasn't supposed to be a TPR hearing. Doodlebugs, it doesn't matter if you can't produce the child over Zoom. He still attempted to show up to be part of the hearing. Even if he doesn't produce the child, he can still participate in the hearing if they send him a Zoom link. He can still fuck up and get the contempt of court for not producing the child, but still participate in the hearing. He does have that ability to do so then. You got to remember, it's very easy at this point to be biased one direction. Think about the person you're talking about. Think for a moment, okay, if I'm in this person's position, why do I do this? You don't have to like Michael to realize he was wronged. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean he gets to have his rights violated, Doodlebug. That's all. That's the problem. You can't violate his rights just because he's doing something you don't like. So that's not the way this shit works. So, but I think that's all the main questions I've got for now. You could always, again, message me on locals. I try to read my YouTube comments. I got the app so I can see when they pop up. But feel free to reach out. Yeah, Poop Natch, it's a really... Miss Wheezy, if he sent a link to be able to appear, and if he's given an invitation to appear through Zoom as well, then why was he not allowed to appear? That doesn't make sense. That's not right. How can you sit there and justify that? That doesn't make any sense. Even if he can't produce the child, he can still participate in the hearing. And they denied him access. That's not fair. So let's see. Jeepers Creepers, when I finally get access to it, I will read it. I'll go through those at some point maybe. But when I get access to it, I will do my own reading through of it and see what's in there and figure out. Because I know the damn Kelly one's really long, and depositions are long in general, so they take a while. Show the receipt that he was sent a link. They aren't doing that right now. I have to verify with the source if I can do that. I would have to verify with the source if I can do that. So, let's see. Let me talk to my source and see if I can do that. Let me see if I can. I'm asking permission now from I have to have permission from the source. That's how I do it. If I don't have permission from the source, I can't. Sorry. But that's the way it works. So, but I'm waiting for a response. If I get a go, no go, I'll let you guys know. Okay. At this time I can't. But when I get the go, no go, I'll share it. I'll either post it in my community tab at some point, and then I'll go over it on stream. So, but at this point, I don't have permission from my source, and my sources have different reasons for that. So either way, the invite was sent. I've seen the email. I can tell you exactly what time it was sent. I can tell you who it was sent by. Like I'm not able to show it at the moment, and that's out of my control. My sources asked me to keep things private or to back off on things. That's why I've got a lot of sources. So I can't break that at the moment. So, but at some point, I hope we can. We'll see. So there's some other things that need to be. Jeepers, I answered your question earlier. When I have access to the deposition, and I've been told once the deposition has become available, I will receive a copy of it from my source. When I get a copy of it, it'll be discussed. If I don't discuss it, I'm sure 𝐓𝐤𝐽 or someone will. If he won't, then I will. But someone will probably discuss it because the other one's out there. Fair. I believe it's fair to have both of them out there. Right now, there's no access to it. When access is given, I'll go through it, or someone will go through it. That's all I got. Hannah, if you received an invite, then that was something that they offered him. Said, unless they retract and say, disregard this email, this does not apply to you, which I don't think they did. But at this point, I cannot share the evidence. But for the people who know me, who've been through my shit, I've shown receipts for damn near everything I have access to. At this point, I just cannot show the receipt because I have to get clarification through another party. And at this point, other things have to go down before I can show that. That's all that matters. Just because someone's a narcissist doesn't mean they shouldn't have custody, Andrea. I know plenty of people who are narcissists that they can be great parents. And I'm not giving it's my personal opinion. It's influenced by my experience. Because I know people ask that question and try to spin that into me diagnosing shit. So that's not what's happening. Emily, my understanding is that the court terminated his parental rights to all 3 of his children with Kelly. So, still waiting on the paperwork to come in. So, Annabelle, I don't know. I have no idea at this point. I have not received that information. Hopefully, I'll know in the future. I hope he's doing okay. I'm sure it's a very difficult thing to hear. Hopefully, he'll feel positive about being able to appeal, maybe. I think he might have a decent case, but again, not a lawyer. So, I don't place anyone in timeout doodlebugs. That happens if someone is engaging disingenuously, which has been happening a lot. So people will come in and try and do certain things. I'm not the one doing it. My mods are the ones doing it. I have not timed a single person out myself this stream, or did blocked or banned or anyone. So I have no problem if people disagree with me, but don't come in here, disagree with me, and then get pissed off at them disagreeing with you and start doing shit. I think that's a fair thing to say. So quick. All right. I think that's all the questions for the night. So my mods know what my expectations are as far as a free chat and letting people discuss shit. I don't mind if people go back and forth, but don't come in here and start doing shit that's going to purposely fuck off the stream. At least have that little bit of respect. You don't have to like me or anything else. Just have a little bit of respect that there's a purpose to the stream. And let's get through. No problem, Mary. Send me an email so I don't forget about your thing. I'll see if I can take care of that. Again, hectic ass day. Been trying to juggle a lot. Do I have Baby Shark for... Every time I play Baby Shark, though, it fucking dings me with a copyright strike, though. I have I think a mixed version that I can use that'll probably be covered. So, like a remix, so. My email's kenjenningskf@gmail.com. Let me put it up on stream real quick. That's my email. And then that's my locals page if you want to go to it. And then that's for if you go to supportken.com, that's my GoFundMe. And then if you go to supportken.com/tip, that's my quote unquote super chats thing. I am waiting for my monetization approval, so I might have the real one soon. So your friendly neighbor, do you think Nick will do a live about this stuff so we know? I'm hoping so. I've asked him if he wants to do a collaboration on it, so we'll see. But that's all I got for tonight, guys. I do have to get going. I have shit to do. It's late. It's almost 1, closing in on 1 here. So, yeah, thank you, Mary. I'll just send me a reminder because I'm just juggling so much shit. And so, thank you, everyone, for showing. We're at 138 viewers right now. So awesome. Hopefully the channel continues to grow a bit. I'm really liking it here. It's fun. I would like to do this more often. So hopefully that can be a thing. So everyone take care. Have a good night. So, okay, Sarah, Mike, I haven't heard your stream because I've been here with you guys, but that's good to know. Night, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and put the Jeopardy screen up and then just straight up end the stream. So take care, everyone. Have a great night.